Distinguished participants, I am pleased to welcome you all virtually to this session of the Regional Learning Platform on Climate Change Adaptation and Resilience. Let me thank every one of you for participating in this event. We very much appreciate your taking the time. The convergence of natural and biological hazards, along with the impacts of climate change, called for increasing regional cooperation for development and improvement of multi-hazard approaches. In this regard, this session will address these multiple hazards and the critical role of integrated approaches to climate change adaptation, resilience building, and policy coherence. The deliberations from this session will feed into a thematic expert meeting on building disaster, climate, and health resilience to manage cascading risks, and all speakers and panelists are welcome to attend the thematic meeting tomorrow, 24 August from 2:15 to 4 p.m. Bangkok time, and to share their views and perspectives during the discussion. I would now like to invite Mr. Ganbol Basanjav, Head of the Sub-Regional Office for East and Northeast Asia of ESCAP, to deliver introductory remarks.
Thank you. So, good morning, colleagues. It is with great pleasure for me to address this important session on the need for regional cooperation on integrated approaches to climate change adaptation, building resilience in post-COVID recovery. As the UN Secretary General called the just released IPCC report a code red for humanity, the latest climate science manifests that global warming is affecting every region on Earth, with many of the changes becoming irreversible, and that the next 20 years, global temperatures are expected to reach or exceed 1.5 Celsius above pre-industrial levels. While all countries must scale up their ambition to keep the Paris Agreement goals within reach, we have to prepare for the increasingly unstable climate now and everywhere. So building climate and disaster resilience is critical. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Asia-Pacific region is experiencing cyclones, floods, forest fires, and locust infestations that are becoming more frequent and stronger. We need to increase scientific capacity to predict when and where the next extreme weather and climate disasters happen. We also need to put the proactive risk management architecture in place so that relevant authorities and communities know and could respond to widespread and intensifying climate disasters. The Paris Agreement called on countries to cooperate in sharing information, good practices, experience, and lessons learned related to science, planning, policies, and implementation, and strengthening scientific knowledge, and strengthening institutional arrangements, and improving the effectiveness and durability of adaptation planning and implementation. This requires stronger regional cooperation. Countries in the same region, in the same sub-region or neighboring countries often share climate-related vulnerabilities. They are in a better position to cooperate on assessing the common challenges and strengthening response measures, particularly on transboundary risks. Regional cooperation and facilitation could enhance understanding, action, and support on early warning systems, emergency preparedness, and slow onset events that may involve irreversible and permanent loss and damage. At the same time, countries also need to better understand the contribution of adaptation to addressing multiple societal goals, including poverty alleviation, gender equality, and healthy lives, and to identify main drivers and opportunities for adaptation, such as through resilient urban and infrastructure development. There are enough leverages provided by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement, and Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. It is time for taking integrated approaches to design and deliver the actions as part of the post-COVID recovery efforts. I look forward to the lively discussions and very productive sessions today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Abasanjaf, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Ms. Rianti Jalante, Head of the Disaster Management and Humanitarian Assistance Division of the ASEAN Secretariat, to deliver introductory remarks.
Thank you, moderator. Esteemed Mr. Ganbold Basanjaf, Head of Sub-Regional Office for East and Northeast Asia of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP, particularly the Northeast Asian Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation, for inviting the ASEAN Secretariat to be the organizer of this event. Welcome all of the participants for attending the Regional Learning Platform on Climate Change Adaptation and Resilience held in the 3rd Disaster Resilient Week to discuss the need and prospects for regional cooperation in integrating climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning process in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement, and Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. In this session, we will discuss how post-COVID recovery efforts be utilized as opportunity for integrating disasters, climate change, and public health strategies, as well as hearing from speakers on their regional and sub-regional experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN region is facing increasingly complex risk landscape. Climate change increases the intensity and severity of disasters. Moreover, ASEAN member states are experiencing the 2nd or 3rd wave of COVID-19 infections, which has demonstrated the devastating impact of major public health emergency on our life. So we need to prepare for when multiple disasters, natural, technical, or human-induced, can occur at the same time or once after another. The likelihood of these occurrences could increase in the future just due to climate change. So ASEAN do not only have to deal with fast onset disasters like earthquake and tsunami, but also increasingly slow onset disasters such as drought, which are mainly contributed by climate change. So in recognition of the evolving risk landscape exacerbated by extreme weather events, ASEAN must likewise evolve and adapt to stay abreast with the risk. We are in need of regional cooperation which integrate climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning process to further enhance our efforts to minimize losses and prevent the rollback of development gain. ASEAN have adopted the ATMER, ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, to ensure coherent strategies in dealing with the risk of disaster risk and build community resilience, as well as the declaration on One ASEAN, One Response to strengthen regional preparedness and response in the region, which would ultimately realize the ASEAN's vision of becoming a global leader in disaster management by 2025. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank ESCAP for their continued support and contribution in implementing the ASEAN Declaration on Drought, which calls for the establishment of networks and community of practices for adaptive learning and continuous improvement in drought risk management in different parts of the region, while building on traditional knowledge and local solutions from the communities. So together, ASEAN and ESCAP have published the joint study Ready for Dry Years, Building Resilience to Drought in Southeast Asia, and we are now developing the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action for Adaptation to Drought. In this respect, I would briefly welcome the participants and the discussion today to exchange views on integration of climate change adaptation and resilience to contribute into post-COVID recovery efforts and development plan. So I wish you all productive and meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jalante, for your remarks. Now I'm pleased to open the panel discussion on opportunities, challenges, and ways forward for regional cooperation for integrating climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning processes. Participants who are watching on the YouTube channel can ask questions on the YouTube link. And time permitting, the questions will be answered during the open discussion session at the end. Before we listen to our panelists, I would like to make a short presentation on the background of the session. Next slide, please. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, countries in the Asia-Pacific region also experienced cyclones, floods, landslides, and other disasters. And this convergence witnessed in 2020 and 2021 has created a complex, compounding, and cascading risk landscape in the region. And to address these multiple hazards, an integrated approach to climate change adaptation and resilience building and policy coherence is critical. The objective of this session today is to discuss the need and the prospects for regional cooperation on integrating climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning processes in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement, and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. The specific objectives of the meeting today are to understand the need and benefits of integrating climate change adaptation and resilience into national and local development plans, sharing experiences on promoting climate change adaptation strategies, and to discuss ways to promote regional cooperation and coherence of policies and strategies in advancing the agenda. Next slide, please. In this session, experts will discuss approaches to climate change adaptation and resilience and share their experiences on adapting to climate changes and discuss ways to promote regional cooperation. The participants of the seventh session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction will be informed of the outcomes from the session. The guiding questions today will be: how can regional and sub-regional frameworks such as the ASEAN, APNER, and ESCAP support the integration of climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning processes and contribute to disaster, health, climate resilience? How are good practices and innovative tools to be integrated in climate change adaptation and resilience measures? And how can these practices be scaled up? And how can cooperation be scaled up through sub-regional cooperation mechanisms? And what role does ESCAP play, or can ESCAP play, in facilitating this process? Next slide, please. ESCAP is currently conducting a study on the impact of climate change and land degradation in East and Northeast Asia, and I would like to take this opportunity to share some preliminary results with you on this occasion. Next slide, please. The study is currently being prepared by ESCAP and is looking into the interlinkage of drought, desertification, and land degradation and climate change in East and Northeast Asia, and it will be completed in the last quarter of 2021. This study will be utilized to facilitate the intergovernmental consultations through the Northeast Asian Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation, or ESCAP, to develop a sub-regional approach in East and Northeast Asia. The study consists of two main parts. The first is a stock-taking study on the greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation option in the DLD sector, and part two will analyze the climate change impact on disaster, on drought, land degradation, and desertification in the sub-region. And in the following slides, I would like to present some preliminary findings of part two, the analysis, before we proceed to our panel. Next slide, please. Let me share a few words about the approach used in this study. It started with a data collection and the identification of drivers of desertification, land degradation, and drought, and a GIS-based multi-criteria analysis was conducted to identify the hotspots of drought, land degradation, and desertification, followed by a review and validation of the analysis. The study uses base data from several sources, including drought event data from the Global Assessment Report, as well as Aridity Index-based land classification for DLD. And in terms of climate change projections, the study looks at RPTC 4.5 and 8.5 scenarios and the projected changes. Through this methodology, the study will identify the estimated socioeconomic impacts of DLD. And next slide, please. And if we look at the situation in terms of drought in the region, The fifth IPCC report shows deficient mean precipitation in North Asia since 1970 and weak summer monsoon with less precipitation in East Asia since 1920. Under a climate change scenario, some drought-prone areas in southwest, central, and northern China are expected to experience a decrease in annual average precipitation, potentially creating a drought situation. In northern China, this already being a dry region, the occurrence of drought may enhance the probability of land degradation and desertification. Next slide, please. And looking at the changes of aridity in East and Northeast Asia between 2009 and 2019, we see that based on spatial distribution of land areas with different aridity, it is clear there has been an expansion of arid and semi-arid areas in this region over the last decade. With an increasing annual mean temperature observed since the 20th century, one of the major consequences of a warming climate is the potential for increased aridity as it increases the potential evapotranspiration. And the annual mean temperature may increase up to 2 degrees in the 21st century under an 8.5 scenario, which may further expand the arid and semi-arid areas in this region. And next slide, please. And finally, if we look at the intersection of arid and semi-arid areas with projected decrease of annual precipitation, we see, for example, a decrease in precipitation in some parts of rainfall deficient regions of China and Mongolia. The north and northwestern part of China and Mongolia is already prone to desertification or affected by it. A decrease in the precipitation may amplify and accelerate this process. With this introduction to the session and some preliminary findings of our ongoing study in this subregion, I would like to conclude the presentation. And I would now like to request Ms. Letizia Rossano, the Director of the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, APDIM, to moderate the panel session. Letizia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ingrid, and good morning to all participants. It's a pleasure to be here, and we'll move straight into the panel discussion. And I would like to invite Mr. Masutomi Yuji, Section Head of Center for Climate Change Adaptation, National Institute for Environmental Studies in Japan, to share his presentation on the Asia-Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Information Platform to support climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction strategies. So, Mr. Masutomi Yuji, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me this opportunity to talk about APPLAT as a Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Information Platform. And my name is Yuji Masutomi from Center for Climate Change Adaptation, which is called the CCCA. And the CCCA is one research institute in National Institute for Environmental Study, called the NIST. And so next, please. Yeah. First, I would like to explain what is APPLAT. And APPLAT is a web-based information platform on climate change adaptation, focusing on Asia-Pacific region. And APPLAT was established in June 2019, 2 years ago. And APPLAT is providing scientific information on climate change, including future climate projection, future climate impact, and adaptation. And the final goal of APPLAT is to promote adaptive action of public people and companies. So we are providing basic information to promote adaptive action for public people and companies. And also, we are providing scientific information to support adaptation planning, because adaptation planning is quite important to promote effective adaptive action of public people. And also, we are providing scientific data information to support impact assessment of companies, government, and the universities. And this is a general concept of APPLAT. And so next, please. And I think some people is feeling, why does CCCA, our institute, develop APPLAT? Because we have a National Climate Change Adaptation Act. It has been enforced since December 2019, and the Article 18 of this National Adaptation Act is about promotion of international cooperation. And the Article 18 is saying that national government, Japan, shall develop an international system for sharing information on climate change. This is just APPLAT as a Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Information Platform. So we are developing APPLAT. So next, please. And as I said, the APPLAT is still open, already open, and then the picture of left-hand side is showing the front page of APPLAT of current version. But now we are planning to renew the web page of APPLAT, and you can see the two picture in the right-hand side, and then you can see that the design will be enforced, improved, and then contents will be enforced and improved. So in the new web page, you can easily access, you can easily get the data, tool, and the information which you want regarding the climate change impact and adaptation. But I must note that the new page will be open in November, next November. And next, please. And today I don't have enough time to explain the old function of the APPLAT. So today I would like to two main tools in APPLAT. First one is CMIP6 Climate Bureau, which is called ClimateCast. And as you know, said that CMIP6 is a state-of-the-art future climate projection dataset. For example, IPCC L6, the latest report, is based on the CMIP6 climate future projection. And the ClimateCast is including this CMIP6 climate future projection data. And I must note that this ClimateCast is not completed now, but in November, the ClimateCast will be open. So you will be able to use ClimateCast after November. And the main concept of the ClimateCast is the climate projection for all people. All people meaning public, children, student, undergraduate student, older people, all people. So we hope to deliver the latest future climate projection for all. That is the main concept of ClimateCast. And ClimateCast has two modes. One is a map mode, and the other one is a time series mode. And in map mode, you can the picture of left-hand side is showing the map mode of ClimateCast. And you can in a map mode, you can geographically compare future climates between several climate scenarios, including 10 global climate model and 4 SSP. SSP is a socioeconomic future scenarios. And in addition, you can select your country and your province or state and your town. And then you can select your town, and then you can check you can geographically compare the future climate in your town. That is the most important feature of ClimateCast. And on the other hand, in the time series mode, you can compare future climate change over time between climate scenario, including 10 global climate model and 4 socioeconomic scenario. And the picture of the right-hand side is showing the time series mode. And then in time series mode, you can understand the future climate change in average temperature and also in precipitation. And you also compare. You can compare the future climate. And the other most important feature of ClimateCast is you can download data in CSV format by one click. And you can see that the green color button, CSV download, by one click, you can download the CMIP 6 climate data in a CSV format. So that is quite important. You can, maybe most people can use this data in a CSV format. You can make the graph in your computer. So, and also this kind of data can be used in your planning, adaptation planning, or disaster risk reduction planning. So this is a climate gas, that then a concept of climate gas. And again, I must note that this is not completed, so coming soon in November. And next, please. And the other main tool in AP+ is a Climate Impact Bureau. And the Climate Impact Bureau is providing climate change impact information based on scientific results. And I just showed the one result of rice yield, rice productivity at the end of this century. And you can see that two pictures, and then the picture of left-hand side is showing the rice yield with no adaptation. And then on the other hand, the picture of right-hand side is showing the rice yield with adaptation. Okay, so you can compare these two pictures, and you can understand the difference between the with adaptation case and no without adaptation case. And this figure shows the color indicate the rice yield, rice productivity, and the black color indicate the higher rice yield, and the white color indicate the lower rice yield. And then you can see that the picture of the right-hand side is showing the more black. So that means the more higher rice yield at the end of this century with adaptation case. But if you look at the left-hand side pictures, the color is more light. So that the rice yield at the end of this century will be decreased between than the adaptation case. So this kind of the Climate Impact Bureau is providing this kind of information, map information. And I just showing the one example of rice yield, but the Climate Impact Bureau include not only agriculture, but also wide range of sectors, including extreme weather, sea level rise, health, water resources, and ecosystem. And maybe this kind of map bureau can be used for your adaptation planning in your region, and also disaster risk reduction planning. Okay, next, please. Okay, summary. So the main concept of AP+ is to build bridge between stakeholder and scientists to promote science-based adaptation. Science-based adaptation is quite important concept. And then you can see that the mathematical equation in the middle of this slide, that this is showing the main concept of AP+. AP+ is equal to stakeholder bridge scientist. The bridge is a new mathematical operator which I embedded. So anyway, it would be great if AP+ could support to build climate resilient future in Asia Pacific region. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yuji. It was a very interesting presentation. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sangim Nam from the Northeast Asia Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation to share the experiences and perspectives of the East Asia and Northeast Asia sub-region. So, Mr. Nam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to speak about the perspective of Northeast Asia. And here, let me first share the slide. So ESCAP, East and Northeast Asia office is serving as the secretariat of a Northeast Asian sub-regional program for environmental cooperation. Sorry. And this program was launched in 1993 by 6 Northeast Asian countries. It is not just a platform for governments, but it is also a platform for many other stakeholders, including civil society organizations and experts. And it has currently 5 programs, and then we are gradually expanding our work on climate change. So Ingrid already spoke about our new study on the linkage between climate change and land degradation. I will briefly speak about that work, but before that, let me highlight the sub-regional context of climate change, vulnerability and adaptation. For Northeast Asia, it is jointly sharing about 1/3 of global GHG emissions. And especially China, Japan, Korea, which are really major countries in terms of GHG emissions, they all announced the goal for carbon neutrality by mid-century. But despite the fact that, but still their emission is growing or recently decreasing. So there is a significant challenges for those countries to mitigate the GHG emissions. And then, so we are looking at vulnerability to hydrometeorological hazard. As you can see, this blue dot, green dot, this shows the level of exposed economic stocks to hydrometeorological hazard. You can see high concentration of the blue points, green points in Northeast Asia. You can see this high density in Japan and ROK and also China. So, but of course, each country has also its distinctive feature of climate vulnerability. When it comes to China, we are looking at large scale of economic stocks exposed to the impacts of climate change. For China, the number of cities with a 1 million population is more than now 100. So this is a high concentration of population, high concentration of economic activities are also the fundamental basis for its large scale of economic stocks exposed to climate change impact. And when it comes to DPRK, for DPRK, one of the key challenges amongst the many challenges is food security. And during even during last 10 years, we have seen direct impact of drought and flood on cereal production. Like 2020, the cereal production in DPRK was directly impacted by large scale of flooding. So there is a direct linkage between food production, food security, and climate change in DPRK. And for Mongolia, there is a chain of extreme weather events, livestock loss, migration, poverty, and air pollution. While the global temperature increased about 1.1 degrees Celsius, for Mongolia, the temperature increase was the twice of global temperature increase. And then this resulted in extreme events, weather events. And then these extreme weather events also caused this Jude, which is a very, very harsh winter in Mongolia. There is a special term, this Jude. And then you can see, especially from 2000, increasing level of Jude, this extremely cold wind, and then really causing heavy loss of livestock. Sometimes it can, in 2010, it caused the loss of about 15% of total livestock in Mongolia. And then those people are becoming poor, and then they are immigrating to urban area, and then they are becoming urban poor, and they have to rely on poor quality of coal and this for heating. And this is well documented by, analyzed by Mongolia Voluntary National Review Report of 2019. So we can see this direct linkage between climate change and internal migration, and rural poor, and air pollution. And for Russian Federation, this year, especially Siberia, experienced the worst forest fire in Saga Prefecture, Saga Republic, there were over 250 fires. It was also first time that smoke reached to North Pole. And even Ulaanbaatar, about 2,000 kilometers south from this area, experienced the influx of smoke from this fire. As you can see, the satellite image. So this the smoke from Sakha reached to North Pole and also Canada as well. And so, I mean, like many other countries, and those all 5 countries have actively now developing adaptation planning. I mean, they have developed earlier, but while mitigation is still priority for most countries, now countries are intensifying their efforts for developing and implementing adaptation plan. And when it comes to ESCAP, ESCAP has been working on desertification and land degradation from 2003, and initially focusing on capacity building to combat desertification, but now member government decided to address the interlinkage of climate change and land degradation. So in that regard, so we have a 2 study, and hopefully we are planning to finalize the 2 study by in 2 months' time, and we should be able to circulate this widely. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nam, for your remarks. It was really interesting. I would like to invite Mr. Rianti Jalante from the ASEAN Secretariat to share some perspectives from Southeast Asia. How can frameworks such as ASEAN ADMER support the integration of climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning processes and contribute to disaster health climate resilience? So, Ms. Jalante, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leticia, for the invitation. May we, ESCAP, help to share the screen, please? So thank you very much for this opportunity. Once again, I will present on the roles of ADMER in integrating climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning and contributing to disaster health and climate resilience. Next slide, please. So I will give the overview of ASEAN on the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, along with the work programs, and highlighting some of the outputs that are related to disaster health and climate change resilience. I will also outline broader ASEAN initiative related to the 3 issues above. Next. So the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is a regional organization comprising of 10 Southeast Asian nations that promote economic growth, social progress, cultural development, and cooperation in the region. It has a vision of one vision, one identity, and one community. So it's envisioned to be a community that are peaceful, stable, and resilient within a global community of nations, while still maintaining ASEAN centrality. Next. I think you miss a slide. Can we go back, please? Yes, thank you. Next. So in this presentation, we will share ASEAN experiences, particularly how the ADMER vision and principles of ADMER work plan and multi-stakeholder collaboration allow for coherent implementation of health, disasters, and climate change to achieve a resilient and sustainable ASEAN. So the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, or ADMER, is a regional framework to promote regional cooperation towards a disaster resilient community. ADMER sets in place regional policy, operational, and logistical mechanism to enable member states to extend and seek assistance in times of disaster and carry out collaborative undertakings on disaster risk assessment, monitoring, prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, and rehabilitation. And it is implemented by a 5-year work program as shown here. Next. The ADMER Work Program 2021-2025 maintains the vision of ADMERS, that is to achieve a region of disaster resilient nations, mutually assisting and complementing each other, sharing common bond in minimizing adverse effect of disasters in pursuit of safer communities and sustainable development. The current mission, or the mission for the current work program, is to enhance and support DRR and management capabilities through intersectoral cooperation, capacity building, innovation, mobilization, partnerships, and stronger coordination among the member states. Next. One of the principles in the AWP is on multi-hazard approach, that is to assess, mitigate, prepare for, and respond to a wide range of hazards and disaster risks, and this includes biological, natural, and technological hazards. Next. In more details, the ICDM has outputs that are related to regional programs on DRR and CCA, such as work plan for strengthening institutional framework on DRR and CCA integration, or enhance knowledge and capacity for resilience of key infrastructure, in this case through Safe Hospital program. Next. So dear participants, part 3 of this presentation discusses broader ASEAN's initiative on disasters, health, and climate resilience. Some of the current programs that we have include ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint 2025, ASEAN Guidelines on Disaster Responsive Social Protection, ASEAN Declaration on Drought, and a particular project on strengthening ASEAN regional capacity on disaster health management, and we call ARTS project. So the next several slides will outline how disasters, health, and climate resilience are considered in an integrated way through this following 5 initiatives. Next. So as we can see here, so ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, or ACRF, serves as the ASEAN community-wide exit strategy from COVID-19. So it recognizes multifaceted impacts of pandemics to work together through the phases of recovery, and then from reopening, rebuilding, and long-term resilience. So as you can see on the 5 broad strategies here, we have one related to health system, but also on a broad strategy number 5, advancing towards a more sustainable and resilient future. This is where the integration of health, disasters, and climate change are considered. Next. We also have the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint. So this is a commitment to lift the quality of life of people through cooperative activities that are people-oriented, people-centered, environmentally friendly, and geared towards the promotion of sustainable development. We have 2 particular outputs that are related into consideration of health, climate change, and disasters. So a safer ASEAN that is able to respond to all health-related hazards, so including biological, chemical, radiological, nuclear, and emerging threats, and also on climate adaptive ASEAN with enhanced institutional and human capacity to the impacts of climate change. Next. This is another program that we have an integrated approach, ASEAN Guidelines on Disaster Responsive Social Protection, which were developed through a collaboration of ACDM, so the sectoral bodies on disaster management, some SWAT, so sectoral bodies on social welfare development, and some HD, sectoral bodies or on health development. So as we can see from this figure, access to basic social services such as health, coupled with a social protection transfer mechanism, would then assist community in responding to and being responsive to shocks, including disaster shocks, which will allow for access for productive pathways here on key development sector. Next. Another examples that we can share is on the declaration on strengthening adaptation to drought. So the declaration calls to harness collective strength of ASEAN sectoral bodies and working groups to provide assistance to accelerate drought adaptation and mitigation in key systems. As we can see here, the nexus approach, food, water, energy, land, and environment, while also considering the drought and COVID-19 impacts that are reinforcing each other. So we can see also on this figure here. Next slide. At the disaster response side, we have an initiative called Joint Task Force to promote synergy with other relevant sectoral bodies on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief called JTF-HADR. So there are 5 sectoral bodies here, ACDM, SOM HD on health, SOM SWAT on social welfare and development, and also on sectoral bodies on defense. This project is called Strengthening ASEAN Regional Capacity on Disaster Health Management. So the activity includes development of the standard operating procedure for the coordination of emergency medical teams in ASEAN. So abbreviated EMT-SOP, which then once the SOP is ready, is to be considered in the ASEAN standard operating procedure for regional standby arrangement and coordination of joint disaster relief and emergency response operation, termed SASOP. So EMT-SOP, which is related to health, into SASOP, our disaster relief and emergency response SOP. And finally, the last initiative that we have, next slide please, on ATMOR, so as ARMOR, ASEAN Risk Monitor and Disaster Management Review, by which the third edition will cover on the interlinkages between disasters and pandemics. So when does disasters and pandemic collide, what does it mean to ASEAN now into the future? Next. So in conclusion, ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, on this vision, it creates an enabling environment for building resilience to create safer community and sustainable development. The multi-hazards consideration in the ATMOR and the ATMOR work program allow for integration of disasters, health, and climate resilience in project planning and implementation. And finally, multi-sectoral cooperation, so from ACDM, SOM SWAT, SOM HD, allow for larger or ASEAN-wide implementation of disasters, health, and climate change resilience. So thank you very much. Back to you, Leticia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jalante. It's really interesting. I would like now to invite Mr. Bejekov Rejepov, a Senior Specialist, International Cooperation Division of the Civil Defense Activities of the Civil Defense and Rescue Operations Directorate, Ministry of Defense of Turkmenistan, to share his perspective. So, Mr. Rejepov, over to you.
Thank you very much. My greetings to all participants of today's session. My name is Begenç Recepov, and for the given time for me, I'd like to shortly share with you our national priorities and perspectives in the field of climate change. In fact, from my perspective as a representative of Disaster Management Authority, due to climate change, the impact and the intensity of and the amount of disasters are increasing in a rapid manner. And the impact may be doubled or tripled in this hard period of pandemic. So the climate change adaptation here is directed to the mitigation of disasters, also the disaster risk reduction. And as you know, the main tool here, I think it's throughout the world, is a Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. We are implementing this framework. This is our main tool for the disaster risk reduction program. As you know, from geographical point of view, the Central Asia is a region with a wide variety of nature, which includes powerful mountainous systems, huge deserts, and as well as the steppe areas. The Central Asia, in particular Turkmenistan, has risks of flooding, earthquakes, droughts, landslides, avalanches, debris flows, and etc. The country is susceptible to heavy flooding because of its topography and water-related fluctuations in Caspian Sea. And you know, another topic of today's event is Aral Sea issue. I believe that the Aral crisis is a loud and clear result of climate change impact. Not only the depletion of Aral Sea influenced the nearest countries, but also it had an impact on the overall region. For the last 5 decades, the Aral Sea volume decreased by maybe 3 times. To be certain, the water level decreased for 29 meters approximately. Another harmful result from that Aral crisis came is that salty dusts from Aral Sea are taken by winds and emitted into atmosphere, and it emitted into the region, and I think you're aware of that. And our country actively participates in all discussions related with saving the Aral Sea. For example, I can tell the International Fund for Aral Sea. Another example is that Turkmenistan has approved on a national level. We have our national strategy on climate change. This strategy envisages the national policy on agricultural intensification and developing the irrigation systems. For instance, studies are directed to develop the recycling of discharged waters for further availability and development of irrigation systems. Our country is implementing several national programs against climate change. For instance, we have last year we launched the nationwide tree planting campaign, and that includes the annually thousands of trees are planted on a national level. Also, our modern constructions, that is buildings, are designed with taking into account the seismological risks of the region. New buildings are constructed with durability against earthquakes. Last year, we initiated the drainage sewing system around our capital city, which would not only stand against the flooding and rainwater, but it is also directed for accumulating and gathering all together, using the water for agricultural or other useful purposes. We have several international and regional projects directed to disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. And I think that's all for now. That's all I'd like to share with you. And thank you again. And good luck, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajapov, for your remarks. I would like now to invite Mr. Giriraj Aranat, Research Group Leader at the International Water Management Institute, to share his perspective. So, Mr. Amarnath, the floor is yours, the screen rather is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving this opportunity. Hope I am audible. Is it my screen is visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let me share my screen. Yeah, so thanks again for giving this opportunity from the UN ESCAP for presenting our intervention on our regional cooperations in integrated adaptation and mitigation resilience solution. So this is a cluster of innovation we would like to highlight from this particular intervention as part of the Disaster Resilience Week. As everyone is aware of the integration of adaptation and mitigation, we look at convergence and the core transformation evolves over the years. What is more important is the relevance of adaptation and mitigation is largely looking at development agenda, where we are talking about resilience at the farming systems or at the community level, and also ensuring the low emission development as we seen from the outcomes coming from the IPCC report. And as we co-develop and co-transform, it becomes a regional cooperation through multi-stakeholders where we define largely the role of sustainability. And what does sustainability for international water management means is about providing a compatible developments in the societies in which we live. One is, as I seen the presentation from ASEAN, where they talked about strengthening framework to enhance resilience to climate change and disaster, and providing low carbon development, and last but not least, the cascading impact of strengthening disaster preparedness, recovery, and response. So these are the broad three pillars. From there, when we look at the elements in which we work, one is addressing the systemic and managing cascading risk. This is pertinent in times of pandemic. We have seen colliding disasters from natural and man-made disasters or the catastrophic events that collide there. And that requires really inclusive action and capabilities to develop in the region. And when we say low carbon, it's all about energy efficiency, renewable energy, and the carbon sink. So a number of our interventions in the partnering countries in Asia and Africa, we have shown, and some of the example we will highlight later in the slides today. And I think when it comes to the strengthening disaster resilience, there are so many areas we are working, particularly UN ESCAP is leading on, whether it is flood mitigation, early warning, improved irrigation infrastructure. At the end, it's all about how do you provide actionable climate action from the perspective of accelerating transformation from the across the scale, I would say. And the last point, but not least, is today's session, I would highlight some of the activities we are doing it, which is more of a regional profile, but also ensuring the partners are more integrated and providing a holistic approach here, whether it is a climate risk profile or solar plus storage options we have provided. And that's, again, it's a blended public-private partnership. And particularly of relevant to the risk financing is about index-based flood insurance. So again, this really calls for multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary efforts, and the development cannot be just looked at top-down. It should be a bottom-up process, which is where we call regional to local scale. But again, we look at a bottom-up process is very important. So we are working across Asia and Africa, and this is one such product we work with the World Bank, Asian Development Bank to look at where how does the countries can really use climate risk or the climate risk filters to help for development policies. I do see the first intervention from Japan, the adaptation tool they mentioned. I think some of these knowledge products can be cataloged and utilized by those policymakers. So we will have the release of this report by later this year. And the other excellent interventions we have worked with WMO and GWP and a number of other interventions is providing information that are timely, actionable, across the end user, whether it could be agriculture extension or the Ministry of Agriculture. And we work with number of partners, including the UN World Food Program. As you can see, the information can translate into a field level knowledge, which is very important. We need to consult and provide awareness of how this information can be used with a particular triggers and threshold. And then we provide a decision tool. These are publicly available for policymakers to really make timely intervention at the ground level. So we did one South Asia drought monitoring system for the World Geospatial Excellence Award on this. So the other set of interventions is not just limiting the cooperation to a specific region. We are working under a Water Secure Africa initiative, which is again providing a digital Africa platform for a number of member states in Africa, where we provide a dynamic drought risk information. This is an example here. And we are working with the government of Afghanistan, developing an early warning system. So this is near real-time information where the countries were able to use this data dynamically, making sure that the declaration happens timely, which is very important, where the policymakers have timely information. So we established with the World Bank the Drought Early Warning Committee, and this allowed for timely dissemination of information both at the policy level and also at the community level what need to be done. So the third set of interventions is number of knowledge products, because today with digital world, we are not in a back-end side of looking at processing, producing the data, but now how to provide a readiness analysis data for policymakers. So with Sri Lanka, we provide this food security bulletin. With World Bank, we provided the 16 sub-regional initiative of drought risk profile. And again, using this data, how do you provide a macro insurance program that helps the government of Senegal? So these are some of the interventions where our regional and multi-stakeholder cooperation is happening. And I just want to also highlight the interventions we are doing when it comes to low carbon development. So this is an initiative called Solar Power for Remuneration. So in India, we talk about doubling farmers' income. So this is one way where farmers are providing high value crops, because if we have to look at managing cascading risk, whether it's a drought, flood, or a combination of other risks, its alternative source of livelihood has to be seen. So this is a integrated community-based power grids have been developed, and the communities have been using this successfully. And the government is purchasing this excess power from the farm system. And you can see that a lot of initiatives have come, and this becomes the world's first solar cooperative initiative, which we launched 5 years before. And this is now over $5 billion economic investments have been proposed by the government of India, and now we are scaling it into a number of countries. So this is one example where you look at optimizing the groundwater use, providing clean energy, at the same time providing alternative livelihood incomes to the societies which we are referring here. So without further delay, I would also highlight the last segment of our intervention is about communities increasingly exposed to various shocks, whether it is flood, drought, landslide, etc. And private sector has a role to play in collaboration with government agencies of providing the climate safety net. And here in one such intervention, IWMA has developed innovation on index-based flood insurance, which we have been rolling out for a number of years. And the integration is about coming up how you provide an actionable data so that the insurance companies use this information. But the bottleneck is about lack of data. So if you look at these interventions, we have started working with India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, where we ensure open access data are available to the reinsurance industry, where they were able to design a product. We are able to test over 7,000 plus households. And it's also about providing financial resilience, providing timely payout to the farmers, as an example of 150,000 US dollar paid by the insurance company. And we are scaling out to number of thousands of farmers in all these regions what I have exposed. To highlight this on this important occasion, we have this new report available, and I would request the participants to take a look at this intervention. This highlights really about how do you really build the partnership and the scaling models we have tested. There are about 10 plus global models we have evaluated. And the highlight of this particular report comes out, what are the behavioral issues that really addresses the uptake and the scaling intervention. So often the problem is that we have a lot of pilots and scaling efforts are there. This is one report that highlights what are the ways in which you reduce the factors that minimize the upscaling challenges. So one is the behavioral factors, the financial factor, the legal and regulatory factors, and the facilitating factors, which is very important. It's not about designing a product, but also showcasing a better business models and also bringing universities and institutions to provide a credible data, which really help us to undermine the challenges when we talk about bundling scaling intervention. So I would request the panel and the authors to go through this report, and we look forward to have your collaboration. And thanks again for you and ESCAP for providing this opportunity. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amarnath, for your remarks. And now I would like to invite the last speaker for our session, Mr. Indrajit Pal, Assistant Professor and Chair, Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Management at the Asian Institute of Technology, to share some perspectives from academia. And how can research and capacity building support the integration of climate change adaptation and resilience into development planning processes and contribute to disaster health climate resilience? So, Mr. Pal, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Very good morning from Bangkok. It's my pleasure actually to explain in this very learned community. And I'm thankful to ESCAP also for this providing this opportunity. I'm representing the academia, and the title shows like how the academia, especially the higher educational institution, is contributing to the disaster preparedness process and adaptation techniques, and also reducing the risk, especially the cascading risk. So in the program right now, there is a full-fledged degree program. The AIT Institute of Technology is running in Thailand. So that degree program instills the necessary interdisciplinary capacity to the people to train a new breed of students or the groups who can actually perform. Can you please go ahead, please? Next, please. Yeah. So through that training, we are trying to develop the scientific understanding of the disaster management for that group of people. And also they can develop their ability to, because we felt like there is a need to develop the capacity across the sector. And because of that understanding, we have tried to develop an interdisciplinary program, which is very much linked to the industries as well. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in that interdisciplinary, skipped one. Yeah, in this interdisciplinary program, the highlights are like the research area we are focusing is like the disaster governance, policy and risk management, remote sensing techniques and tools used for the disaster mitigation, and community-based approach, how the community can be handled. Like my previous speaker, Mr. Giriraj, also mentioned about some of the index-based approach for the flood. It's really good. And also the flood and drought mitigational measures, multi-hazard vulnerability and risk assessment, and most importantly, climate hazard and early warning system. These are the different tools and techniques we are highlighting through the educational program, we are targeted the regional as well as the international group. More than hundreds of students are right now already educated in different degree through this institution. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. So this is the footprint of the educational institution, like as an educational institution, how disaster management program actually training different parts of the world, different students from different corner. Next, please. We all know like COVID actually impacted all the sectors as well as in terms of the economy, in terms of also the education and health. So education is also one of the area where it has been impacted a lot. So we have seen like there are about 55% decline in 2020 forecasted travel. in terms of huge amount of loss, as well as different economic loss, as well as the health loss. So I've tried to focus how actually we can adapt the whole process in the changed world, or we can call the new normal, in the context of the education as well. So we have exercised certain process. Maybe in the next slide, I'll explain more how it can be integrated. The educational process can be integrated, and we can go for a more resilient system. Next, please. We have seen the educational disruption, like 94% around the world, like 1.5 billion of the world's students population, especially the school closure actually impacted. 72% of the school children unable to access the remote learning. We know that there is a huge digital divide in the region, as well as other part of the world as well. So there is a large number of dropout. Still, the data is not very much clear yet, because the systematic collection of the data is still need to be done. Disruption of the vital development for the period of the human being also is required for the childhood educational program. Next, please. These are the various steps actually we are trying to develop in the capacity building program in our international organization in institute, like the PhD and master's program. We are working with the various organizations like World Bank, CDRI, UN, ProsperNet, APN, and all this. And most importantly, we are incorporating or putting the students also on the job for that project activity, so they are getting the first-hand experience how the real-world problem can be handled. We are also going with the various publication, international symposium, to put all this expertise together in various platforms. So I'll explain one of the platform recently organized with also in association with ESCAP, and there are special training. Also, we are providing to increase the capacity of the different level of government organization as well as different youth group. Next, please. This is the very recent activity we have done, completely virtual. This is one of the major program, the second International Symposium on Disaster Resilience and Sustainable Development. We have put together about large number of organizations came together to as an institutional partner. You can see the logo, and there are about 21 organizations actually came together. That includes ESCAP as well. Very extensively, that program has been done. 207 technical paper has been delivered all across the 26 countries. And there are about 3 publications we have launched, and 3 publication is also coming up. Next, please. In that program, we have this international conference. Actually, we have tried to develop a hub, educational hub, where like we have discussed about the global risk agenda and also uncovering the resilience strategies from the various keynote speakers, developers and stakeholders in ASEAN mega deltas. We have tried to put a delta specific research wing, and also technological social innovation pathways for the safer and inclusive societies. And also, most importantly, how the pandemic challenges and the road to the recovery for the educational system can play a major role. So we're trying to put AIT as a hub, educational hub, where we can pull different resources from various organizations and also use the bridge between the practitioners and the research group. Next, please. So this is the highlight. Actually, you can see ESCAP participated as a speaker opening session, and it was very extensively highlighted a program like the keynote speakers from all across different countries and different organizations, starting from IGS Japan, ACI Summernet, and also from University of Huddersfield, Sichuan University China, and from UNESCO Paris. So we have various stakeholders, various keynote speakers across different countries represented this program, and it is a really melting pot for the educational group as well as the practitioners group, and we are really trying to roll it out. Next, please. This is my final slide to explain how actually we can really handle the cascading risk and develop the resilience in the region. Regional cooperation through the risk and resilience research and education is required, so we are trying for that. Systemic risk reduction through informed decision making is one of the key area right now to be addressed. Governance capacity development through the disaster educational program also need to be addressed. polycentric governance approach. That is most important to understand the cascading risk reduction. And the last point is one of the most important component, how we can integrate the platform, integrated platform we can use to bridge the gaps between the disaster risk knowledge, discourse, and the practitioners. With that idea, I'd like to conclude, and the next slide is explaining about, next please, about our footprint on the educational domain on the disaster risk reduction. All the publications are from AIT. There are many more. This is a very selected DRR publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pal. It's really interesting, and I can vouch for the AIT's program. We employ in UPTIM someone who is trained at your institute, and AIT is just great. So thank you so much. And I think with this, we have concluded the list of the contributors and speakers for this session. And it's great that we heard from so many of you and all these different perspectives around the region. And my dear colleague Sanjay Srivastava will now wrap up the conversation, and I'm afraid we can't take questions because the time is really limited right now. But it's been a pleasure for me to and very educational to listen to all this very interesting discussion. So Sanjay, the floor is yours for the closing remarks. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Leticia and colleagues. It was really a very important session. We had the opportunity to hear the variety of climate adaptation related practices, starting from AP-PLET, a great initiative to share CMIP6 product to the countries, to the different stakeholders. I think there cannot be a better example than this. You have a state-of-the-art climate model derived product available online for member country and for all kinds of user. Then we are really pleased to hear about ASEAN experience, how the DRR, climate and health, what are the ways to bring it together through many initiatives under the ADMIRE framework, and one very exciting was the ARMOR. Then the NIASPEC, a great example particularly on bringing a multi-hazard approach and building the regional cooperation framework into it, like ASEAN. So these are two very illuminating. Then we had opportunity to hear a country experience from Turkmenistan. We were waiting to hear from our colleagues on RLC and its climate impact. He has really touched some of the very important aspect, how which of course there are many research areas in this, but thank you very much for sharing this experience. And IWMI has been the front runner on index-based parametric insurance. Thank you, Giriraj, for coming and working with us. And AIT, I fully agree with Leticia, is a great institution. One of your staff member, Amin, is a product of Professor Paul. So AIT has a great contribution, particularly in climate change adaptation and DRR areas. So we are going to pick up some points from the discussion, and it will reflect in the recommendations which we are going to discuss today at the final session. And I will personally request to all our colleagues to please do attend the thematic expert session. So thank you very much for all your contributions to this to this thematic session. Thank you very much once again. Over to you, Ingrid.
Thank you, Sanjay. Distinguished participants, this concludes session 3 of the Regional Learning Platform on Climate Change Adaptation and Resilience. Session 4 on investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure for better preparedness will begin at 12:45 in Bangkok time. Thank you very much for your participation.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear participants, and welcome back to this fourth and final session of our regional learning platform. So thank you very much to each one of you for participating virtually and for your contributions throughout the past day and a half. We very much appreciate the time that you have dedicated to these sessions, and we're very pleased to have the opportunity to round off our deliberations in the regional learning platform with a session on investing in infrastructure, disaster and climate resilient infrastructure for better preparedness. And I think this is another important session that we are going to be delving into in more depth. And in particular, it is a session that will look at how infrastructure can be more inclusive, more resilient, and better respond to the needs of the most vulnerable people, those that are most exposed to disasters and most disproportionately affected by disasters when they hit. So it is with great pleasure that I now have the opportunity to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Sandeep Pundrik. He is the Director General of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and he will be giving the keynote address for this session. Over to you, Mr. Pundrik.
Officials from Bangladesh, Maldives and Palau, colleagues from ESCAP, UNOPS, International Center for Collaborative Research on Disaster Risk Reduction, and Normal University, co-chairs of IBC on Building Resilience from UNDRR and UNDP, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you today with participants across the globe. This forum on investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure for better preparedness comes at a timely moment. The urgency of risk-informed investing and decisive disaster and climate actions has never been more urgent. As countries face the impacts of climate change and extreme events, the people, vital infrastructure, economy, and future development are exposed to various risks. The pandemic has led to an unprecedented impact on infrastructure sectors worldwide. This is only as a reminder of the need for investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure. The recent IPCC report focuses on this urgency again and the urgent need for immediate action. COVID has exposed systemic risks across various infrastructure sectors. Underlying drivers of poverty, lack of health systems, insufficient social welfare schemes that perpetuated these risks surfaced this time. The cross-sectoral risk has brought out the importance to understand and address these systemic and cascading risks and fragilities. Aimed at restarting economic activities, infrastructure investments are now being looked at as an essential part of fiscal stimulus packages as part of COVID-19 global recovery. The pandemic has been pivotal in opening the way for collaborative opportunities as well. It has offered an opportunity to build resilient health systems backed with an agile supply chain system. A multi-sectoral and whole-of-society approach will be crucial in coming up with innovative solutions that are effective and affordable to everyone. Also, to continue the work on disaster resilience, predictable mechanisms for systematically assessing damages and losses to financing infrastructure recovery is essential. Reconstruction and recovery in infrastructure sectors must not only follow the Build Back Better principle for multiple hazards, but also build forward with principles of resilience and sustainability. As countries work on their investment in infrastructure, there is a need to consider resilience in their mechanism. Governments need to adopt risk financing frameworks. Now, more than ever before, there is a need to work together and promote a whole of government approach and whole of society approach at the same time. There is working towards strengthening infrastructure governance and building partnerships for immediate action. The Bangkok principles for implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction are crucial and will hasten the pace of achieving resilience of health infrastructure. A preliminary landscape analysis by CDRI reveals evident gaps in the resilience of health infrastructure in most parts of the world. This has led towards developing the CDRI's Health Infrastructure Resilience Program, which aims to develop resilient health infrastructure at all levels, from primary to secondary to tertiary, for efficient delivery of health services. The interventions for the health sector infrastructure program will be structured around CDRI's strategic priorities on technical support, capacity development, research and knowledge management, and advocacy and partnerships. CDRI has released a working paper on preparing for surge requirement of medical oxygen and hospital beds for management of COVID-19. The paper presents recommendations for future preparedness on two major challenges in relation to COVID-19 response: availability of medical oxygen and ICU beds. It highlights the minimum preparedness comprising minimum actions required to be self-sufficient and the surge response comprising actions to be taken up for demand surge that may be anticipated about 15 to 20 days in advance using a more real-time forecast model like Sutra in case of India. The delivery mechanism of the same can be achieved only through multi-stakeholder partnerships and cross-sectoral dialogues. There are two immediate projects that CDRI will be initiating in coming months: the risk and resilience assessment of health infrastructure to identify priority interventions in identified CDRI member countries. The other will be on learning from disasters, case study on COVID field hospitals, which will undertake a comprehensive and scientific case study of field hospitals in various countries for COVID-19. This will enable key stakeholders to prioritize building resilience into the health systems. I am confident that CDRI's interventions will be an integral cog in bridging the gaps and constraints with the larger endeavor of promoting a resilient future. I look forward to insights from the IBC report, Climate and Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Building Resilience to Future Uncertainties and Shocks, and how resilient infrastructure will be crucial in making people and economies resilient. I am sure that today's session will set the stage for reflection on the processes and instruments of risk-informed investing and the role it could play in integrating resilience in short, medium, and long term. I urge city governments, private sectors, civil society organizations, and individuals to adopt various approaches and improved programs for maintenance of infrastructure and contribute to a resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pundrik, for your keynote address, and in particular for underlining the need for whole of government, whole of society approaches, and also the need for building risk-informed investment and resilience into short, medium, and long-term planning. We will certainly ensure that your recommendations, your conclusions, your findings from your work will be reflected in the outcomes of the regional learning platform, which will in turn feed into the next meeting that we are having, and that is going to be taking place in the next hour or so. It's a thematic expert meeting, and the thematic expert meeting will consider a regional cooperation mechanism, a regional action plan that will take forward ways of building disaster, climate, and health resilience. So I'd like to take the opportunity now to invite all participants in the regional learning platform, all panelists, all experts to this expert thematic meeting that will follow shortly. It's an important meeting because the outcome from the expert thematic meeting will be reported by the chair to the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. So please do participate and please do contribute to the deliberations in that meeting. It will be taking place on the Teams platform from 2:15 to 4 p.m. Bangkok time. I would now like to move on to the next speaker, and I'd like to invite the co-chairs of the issue-based coalition on building resilience. The issue-based coalition is a coalition of UN agencies that work on various issues of common interest, and there is one on building resilience. And so this coalition really serves as a platform for UN agencies to work together to accelerate action on DRR, on climate change adaptation, and on resilience building. And the two co-chairs are Mr. Marco Toscano Rivalta, who is the Chief of the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific of the UNDRR, and Mr. Christophe Bahouet, the Deputy Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific and the Director of the Bangkok Regional Hub of UNDP. So I'd like to start off with Marco first, followed by Christophe, and I'd like to request them to deliver their introductory remarks and also to launch the IBC report, which is, the title is Climate and Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, Building Resilience to Future Uncertainties and Shocks. So very much a product that is well situated in the topic that we are discussing at the moment. So over to you, Marco, and then to be followed by Christophe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiziana, for your kind introduction and also for ESCAP leadership again in organizing the third Disaster Resilience Week. It is really a pleasure for UNDRR to be co-organizing these sessions, and I was very, very pleased to be joined by Mr. Pondrick, which I also would like to thank for the very significant framing for our conversation today. A lot of very, very important reflections that should certainly inform our discussions and the way forward, as Tiziana you just mentioned, and of course my co-chair, Mr. Boyd for UNDP, and I should not but mention also the important leadership and participation of all the members of the issue-based coalition, which is really making these collective efforts more and more significant, and therefore thanks for the collaboration on this important policy paper on climate and disaster resilience infrastructure. We know very well that infrastructure is a significant manifestation of development, and indeed the infrastructure appears both as an explicit goal as an implicit means to achieve most of the SDGs. Given infrastructure importance to development and to reducing the number of people killed or affected by disasters, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction as one of its 7 targets on its resilience. So you can clearly already from this see the synergy between the SDGs and the Sendai Framework when it comes to infrastructures and the services that they deliver. And in particular, in Sendai, we have the target D, which calls for the substantial reduction in disaster damage to critical infrastructure and the disruption of basic services by 2030. The events of the last 18 months have demonstrated that there are systemic gaps in the resilience of current infrastructure and their services, notably in healthcare, telecommunication, and transport, just to mention a few. The functioning of this infrastructure was put under considerable strain with the onset of the pandemic, and in some cases failed when pushed by the compounded climate-related hazards. To ensure these facilities and services are available when they are most needed, countries and service providers must integrate the priorities of the Sendai framework into their infrastructure development. This entails understanding risk from multiple compounding and cascading hazards and how they impact interconnected assets, infrastructure systems, service delivery, and supply chains. Addressing this risk requires a strengthening inclusive risk governance to ensure vulnerable groups' needs are considered in planning, rehabilitation, and operation. It requires as well adopting decision-making that incorporates science and evidence to capture the complex risk scenarios. Resilience infrastructure, when approached as a system, goes beyond asset resilience and should be built on addressing socio-economic vulnerabilities and multi-sector institutional capacities. In the absence of such measure, infrastructure development projects may fail to consider local and gender-differentiated needs, become vulnerable to disaster risk, and can even exacerbate or create new risk, in fact. To avoid this, disaster risk reduction must be embedded in all development projects, especially infrastructure. In this context, I would really like to echo the important messages that has been just delivered by Mr. Pondik and really underline the importance of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which is spearheaded by the government of India. This is especially critical in light of the most recent assessment by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which shows that Asia-Pacific will face worsening heat extremes, heavier rainfalls, and rising sea levels. Protecting lives, livelihoods, social services, and assets from these hazards requires a substantial increase in the funding dedicated to climate change adaptation and risk reduction measures. The UN Secretary General has asked that half of all public climate financing be directed to adaptation and resilience building. The funding can help especially least developed countries protect their infrastructure investment and development gains from disasters as they seek to graduate to middle income status. So the importance in the graduation process and pathway is really key. Moreover, by integrating risk reduction and climate adaptations into COVID-19 recovery packages, such as by investing in nature-based solutions, countries can really stimulate their economic growth while building their resilience and reducing vulnerabilities. This is important for health infrastructure, and to this aim, the Bangkok principles on the health aspects of the Sendai frameworks are really key. Examples of nature-based solutions include the use of green and blue infrastructure, such as mangroves for coastal defense or constructing wetlands to prevent floods. These types of infrastructure can address disaster risk while mitigating climate change by decreasing dependence on resource-intensive grey infrastructure. These are just some of the points highlighted in this policy paper, which we hope can contribute to the discussion this week. Again, I would like to thank our partners, you, Tiziana, and your team, and all the colleagues in ESCAP for providing us with this forum, and thanks to my colleagues that have been helping with this. The floor is yours, Tiziana.
Thank you very much, Marco, for sharing those key insights and policy messages. So let me now hand it over to Christoph. Christoph, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Tiziana, and let me extend warm greetings to all participants, and also thanks to ESCAP and UNDR as the organizer of the meeting. Building on the point that Marco, as my co-chair, just presented, I'd like to share with you and emphasize some of the points with the different angles, but some of the points that emanates from the policy note on climate and disaster resilient infrastructure that was just published. And I think the first one is that really disaster risk reduction is a public good, and it should be accepted as such by the public, but also by policymakers. And there is mounting evidence, including over the last 18 months, that disaster risk reduction protects people's lives and livelihoods, that it shields the economy from disaster impact, but it also minimize the magnitude of the recovery and the cost associated to it. So it is a public good. And the second point associated to it is that investment in resilient infrastructure is truly a worthwhile investment, one with a high return on investment, or ROI, both in terms of gains and in terms of savings. And let me just make a point here. When we talk about infrastructure, we have to be very clear that it's not only hard infrastructure, it's not only bridges, roads, it's also connectivity. And I think the one thing we've learned during the pandemic is the importance of this soft infrastructure. Now, going back to the investment side, I think because precisely it's a worthwhile investment, this is one that should attract and blend both public and private financing. And I think the coalition CDRI is doing a lot of work in terms of prompting innovative finance and blended finance. The third message I'd like to share with you is about the importance of build back better or build back differently, not only to be a rhetoric, but really be applied with much stronger risk-informed approach, one that includes new hazards, I mean pandemic obviously, but also biological hazards, a stronger integrated approach at the national level, for instance, integrating health sector into development planning, but also very concretely looking at the ground, you know, what happens if you have a flooding at the time of a pandemic outbreak. And also an approach that looks really, that integrates new modeling techniques, new iterative models, so a much stronger one. I think my fourth point would be really to emphasize the importance of local infrastructure. And sometimes, you know, the local infrastructure does not yield as much as economic benefits as the national one or regional one that actually favor economic exchange and integration, but they are very often at the community level, the last mile, and therefore it's very important to identify gaps in local infrastructure and build resilient local infrastructure. And UNDP is actually working just now on a composite methodology to do precisely this. So local dimension is very important. That's my fourth message. And since we are at the regional level, let me also say that we very strongly recognize the importance of regional cooperation. It could be South-South cooperation. It can also be regional cooperation and established organizations like SAARC, ASEAN, or the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development. And in closing, let me just say that we believe that if those key messages, those recommendations from the policy notes are taken together and applied, they will enable real progress in terms of the standard framework, but also the sustainable development goals in an effective and integrated manner. And that's what we're working towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christophe, for sharing the key findings and policy messages that have emerged from the paper. So with that, I'd like to now officially launch the report. And there you see, well, it's actually a policy brief, and you see the key authors, the key contributors from each of the various agencies. So a very big thank you to everyone, and a word of appreciation to each one who contributed to this policy brief. Let me now invite Mr. Sanjay Mathur. He is the director of the Asia region at UNOPS to moderate the panel discussion that we're going to have on investing in disaster and climate resilience infrastructure for better health preparedness. Over to you, Mr. Mathur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, and good afternoon to all participants. I'm pleased to open this panel discussion on investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure for better health preparedness. Infrastructure is a foundation of our society. It enables and drives development. From the supply of energy and water and treatment of waste to the provision of effective healthcare and education services. Infrastructure enables our communities to function effectively and to grow and prosper. And in the current global landscape, where climate change and global health challenges like COVID have such significant impact on our lives, it is clear that quality infrastructure is a key part of the solution if we are to achieve a sustainable and resilient future. A World Bank report estimates that $97 trillion investment is required in infrastructure by 2040 globally. Much of this is for lower and middle income countries. The life cycle of most infrastructure is 25, 50 years or more. So our planning now affects decades of development, and we can't afford to keep getting it wrong. Too often, our infrastructure is poor quality. And not only do we lose the opportunity to contribute to sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development, but we actually undermine it. We have seen on 21 August the devastating impact of the 7.2 magnitude earthquake in Haiti due to poor quality infrastructure and the failure of related services. When we compare this with similar size earthquakes in Japan, for example, we see much less impact on lives, livelihoods, and development. And this is entirely down to the quality of infrastructure and related services which we rely on, especially in the aftermath of disasters. So we need a step change in our approach to infrastructure to focus on quality, on climate mitigation and adaptation technologies, using local and sustainable materials, more energy efficient technologies, better integrated planning, prioritizing investment in infrastructure which has long-term development impacts, which supports access to essential services in a way that is sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. The report being launched today is an important UN collaboration which sets out key considerations for the step change. I am delighted to be here today to facilitate this discussion, now with a focus on the contribution that infrastructure makes to a resilient health service delivery. Just a message for the participants who are watching on YouTube channel, you can ask questions on the YouTube link that is provided. Time permitting, the questions will be answered during the open discussion sessions at the end or offline as well. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Saini Yang, Director, International Center for Collaborative Research on Disaster Risk Reduction and Professor at Beijing Normal University, to deliver her remarks. Ms. Yang, what are the opportunities in emerging technology and innovations that can support people-centric investments in critical infrastructure, particularly public health infrastructure? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Can you hear me right now?
Very well.
Okay, all right. So I'd like to share my screen. Okay. So can everybody see my screen right now? Hello? Can everybody see my screen?
Not yet, Ms. Yang.
Okay. Okay, let me try again. So can you see it right now?
We can see it now.
All right, thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for the introduction, Sanjay, and also warm regards to all participants. First, I would like to thank the organizers for this kind of invitation. I think this is a really very nice platform for us to be together and kind of exchange some views on disaster resilient infrastructure. So I didn't prepare too many slides for this presentation, just a couple ones, because I believe that ultimately resilience building is for people. So people-centric or people-oriented resilience building is a key. And when we're talking about people's resilience from the subject level, we can say we have the individual level, community level, country level. Then this different community resilience building actually should cover all the elements in the full cycle of disaster risk reduction, including disaster preparedness, early warning, emergency response, and recovery. And in the past years, we have witnessed many innovations in resilient critical infrastructure, such as the use of UAV unmanned aviation vehicle, new materials. Right now, because of the pandemic, we have this remote diagnosis platform for medical service. I think they are wonderful, but this time, the point here I want to address is the need for scientific evidence for resilience building. Okay, especially I want to talk about the need for cost-benefit analysis. Well, the first case I want to talk about is how scientific evidence can help with precise demand. The first case is about human health. As climate change induces more extreme weather, heat waves become one major hazard threatening human health. And by analyzing the potential impact of early warning in Shanghai using actual weather data and heat-related illness data, my research group noticed that actually different population groups vary significantly in heat-related morbidity and mortality statistics. Different from existing consensus or common recognition, it's not always that children and the senior population are the most affected groups. Actually, middle-aged male and the young male have higher heat-related illness ratio due to more outdoor exposure. There are lots of findings, but I just want to say that this type of research really revealed that for better individual climate and disaster resilience, we need more tailored early warning standards to address specific requirements of specific population group. However, this type of requirement also will induce higher socioeconomic costs. So the second case study is about a national demonstration community project on DRR in China. This is a typical community-based disaster reduction project focusing on resilience building at the community level. For this one, we collected the data of more than 11,000 demonstration communities. These are like a sample communities that did very well in community level resilience building, such as preparedness, risk mapping, risk communication, evacuation drills, and self-rescue skills. And by analyzing the demonstration effect and the disaster loss reduction of different communities, we noticed that regions with demonstration communities, they tend to build more demonstration communities in their neighborhood. And the second is counties or prefectures with more demonstration communities, they have about 50% lower disaster loss ratios. I believe this type of case study provides concrete evidence of the benefit of the community-based DRR. And the last case I want to mention is a sectoral collaboration in China. It's the Ministry of Transport of China and the China Meteorology Administration. They collaborated on building the National Highway Weather Early Warning System to strengthen the transportation resilience in the context of climate change. And they have dynamic data, dynamic early warning signals, and dynamic deployment of facility and human source. We collected 5 years national data of weather-related road hazards, traffic congestion, and delay, and tried to quantitatively analyze the direct loss reduction due to better disaster preparation and emergency response, and of course, the indirect reduction due to less delay time. And our analysis results show that the direct loss reduction is about 5 times of the investment of this early warning system itself, and the indirect loss reduction is even higher. So I believe that this type of cost-benefit analysis really provide very substantial evidence to reflect the value of this type of resilience infrastructure investment, and so that it can better convince the stakeholders to promote, further promote their investment in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure. So overall, I do believe that more scientific evidence is crucial, because we are calling for more investment, we're calling for higher standards, but all this will need investment. We need this type of evidence to really convince them. And as a researcher, I would like to call for more academic work in this domain. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yang. I would now like to invite Ms. Darnell Orsvik, Director, Bureau of Health Administration and Support Services, Public Health. Ms. Orsvik, from a small island developing state like Palau perspective, what are the challenges and opportunities to promote investment in disaster and climate resilient public health infrastructure? You have 7 minutes. Could you kindly unmute yourself? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Crystal clear. Please proceed.
Thank you. Firstly, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I would like to please move to the next slide. Just a little bit of introduction. Republic of Palau is a small island nation with an estimated population of 17,000, give and take. There are 16 states. What you see on the screen is a map of our island. And of those 16 states, 5, we still need to travel by water to reach those islands. Our main source of economy is in our environment, which is mainly tourist industry. Although, next slide, please. Although a very small island, states are spread out, with farthest island in north that takes about 45 minutes to an hour travel by car, and the farthest by ship, Southwest Islands, that takes a day. We have 1 hospital that serves all of Palau and 9 community health centers that are strategically located throughout, as well as 4 private clinics located in the central corridor where most of the population are residing, and most of the business are located. With this many avenues for health services, we assume to have better access to health service. However, with the current climate changes and global climate issues, not to disregard the COVID-19 pandemic, we too are experiencing increasing typhoons, drastic weather conditions, rising seas, and unpredictable weather conditions that affects our ability to maintain our facilities and ensuring uninterrupted health service. Next slide, please. Of the 9 community health centers that we have 2 that are operating in full capacity, meaning that we have laboratory, radiology, emergency room, all the ancillary services. And we got doctors and nurses so it's full capacity. The other 7 community health center sites that are located in the outlying states are operated by 1 nurse practitioner and 1 admin support staff. Doctors only travel once or twice a month to those sites to provide services. The facilities, the 9 community health centers that I mentioned of, including our 1 hospital, is about 30 years old, built with funding assistance from the United States. And regular maintenance is a constant challenge, especially with all the weather conditions. Next slide, please. In 2019, UNOPS assisted and provided a comprehensive assessment of the facilities, our community health centers, including their ability to provide long-term improved services, even in the face of extreme weather that we face. This included looking at relocating one of our facility away from the coast. Another facility, we looked at adding another story to provide refuge and care during flooding, as the whole island was at risk of flooding and there was no double-story building on the island at all. We learned about this during our Bofa typhoon. One of the main issues is unreliable power supply, especially during bad weather, which makes it very hard to store important drugs, which need to be kept cool, and also hard to communicate during emergencies. Backup power using a combination of solar and generators was used, and backup communications using mobile, satellite, and radio are being introduced. All the materials being used are more durable and resistant to rust and provide insulation for more energy efficient and comfortable internal environment. Next slide, please. On this next 3 slides, I'm just going to show you a little bit of what the UNOPS projects are we have on the island. So what you see on the screen on the left side is one of the community health center located in one of the outlying sites. So this project was to replace the roofing of this community health center. As you can see on the right side, a very rusty roofing, and then on the left side is a replaced roofing. Next slide. The other UNOPS project that is currently ongoing is another community health center, which is located on the far north of the islands. This is where I said it takes about 45 minutes to an hour drive from our core central island. So again, this is also still ongoing. We're hoping to have them done at the end of September. Next slide, please. This is the Peleliu Community Health Center. This is one of the islands where we still need to ride the boats too. There's no other means of access. Even air access is possible, but we do not have we only have 1 airplane, small airplane, 6-passenger that can take people there on rough waters. So unfortunately, with our hope to improve at least 6 of the community health centers, the original plan, funding made available was only enough to make improvements to 2.5 centers, which is what I showed you on the pictures. The project scheduled to be completed in 2020, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic was extended, and it impacted our schedule and availability of materials. So why is it important and we are interested? Please, next slide. These facilities are not only clinics to serve regular health services, but they are only back up in the event of natural disasters or pandemics. I'm sorry. Due to the increasing, they serve as an avenue to redirect services and decentralize to minimize concentration to the hospital. Due to the increasing rural living, we require the resilient infrastructure in place to accommodate this migration. These facilities have served as a shelter when it has the only infrastructure standing, as we learned from Typhoon Bofa. Lastly, Palau, with many other Pacific islands, continue battling increasing number of non-communicable diseases, with our top cause of death, heart disease, cancer, injury, respiratory disease. So it is much needed to ensure. We acknowledge the UNOP's commitment to provide high-quality infrastructure and procurement services under ordinary circumstances and times of crisis. These improvements to Palau infrastructure provides accessibility, availability, affordable care, effective health service to our population, and efficiency. In closing, we recognize the value UNOP's bring resilient infrastructure designs and engineering. In an added bonus, UNOP's personnel were able to provide critical training to our maintenance personnel, our contractors, to ensure continued maintenance after projects are completed. So we encourage the organization to continue engaging with small island developing states and vulnerable countries. Palau looks forward to deepen our cooperation with UNOPS to accelerate progress towards addressing, identifying, and providing remedy for gaps and hopefully attain resiliency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Worsbeek. I would now like to invite Mr. Hissan Hassan, who is the Chief Executive National Disaster Management Authority of the Maldives, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Hassan, from a small island developing state perspective, from such as the Maldives, how can existing regional and sub-regional cooperation mechanisms be harnessed to promote investment in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure? You have 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. First of all, let me thank you and ESCAP for giving me this opportunity to share the Maldives' views on investing in DRR and climate resilient infrastructure. And again, also would welcome the other panelists together with me who is participating in this session. Let me share my presentation. Are you able to see this?
Yes, we're able to see.
The rise in global temperature over the last several decades is of great concern, especially to countries like Maldives. The low-level islands of Maldives are at higher risk. The effect of climate change are already evident from the data available in National Disaster Management Authority of the Maldives. Damages due to sea surges, extreme flooding, and coastal erosion has increased its intensity over the years. Changes in weather pattern has extended the dry season more, resulting in rainwater shortage in majority of our islands. All these things tells us one thing, that we are in climate emergency. Urgent actions are required immediately to save our home. It's still not too late. We can tackle this problem if we act now. We know that what we need to do, it's getting prepared, adapting to climate change, mitigation the risk. We can still reduce the loss incurred due to climate change and sustain critical services. Talking about DRR and adaptation, investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure is important to further strengthen the preparedness. So why investing in DRR is important? Investing in DRR saves lives and reduces property and reduces economic loss. Besides minimizing disaster losses, investments in DRR also boosts economic, social, and environmental benefits that enhance the well-being and resilience of countries and communities. We know that as per UNDRR, in low and middle income countries, investing in more resilient infrastructure yields US $4 million in benefits for each $1 invested, spending US 800 million on early warning system in developing countries would avoid losses of 3 to 16 billion per year. Investing in DRR also increases resilience of communities and countries. Economic investments become viable when countries has safer natural and built environment. This is especially important for small island states with their limited natural resources and economic activities. Hence, nature-based solutions should be promoted. Protecting the mangroves of our reefs should be of highest priority. Investing in DRR also generates development core benefits. It can be designed for multi-purpose uses, bring core benefits for sustainable development. In the case of small island states like Maldives, shore protection measures designed to reduce impact of erosion can be designed as sea surge protection to limit flooding by tidal activity. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable identifies and reaffirms the urgent need to disaster reduction. It stressed that development planning must be risk-informed. Risk reduction and resilience building does not only refer to environmental disasters. The vulnerabilities in community puts them at more risk of loss. The effects of degradation, social economic status, and disease outbreaks hinders the economic status of the community, therefore resulting their economy in a bad shape to further invest in preparedness. Pandemic like COVID-19, internal conflicts, and war raises importance of response than preparedness. Hence, investing in DRR at these times would be of lower importance, putting them in risk of loss due to disaster and climate change. By preventing, mitigation, and preparing, countries and communities will save money, resources by placing DRR as a central to Sustainable Development 2030. Opens doors for several entry points to integrate DRR at national and local level. This will furthermore enable to integrate DRR into legislation, policies, strategies. Also increases organization level capacity building, tools and projects to mainstream DRR, ensuring stakeholders at all levels such as government, local councils, civil society organizations, private sector and networks in one of the main crucial entry point. We believe that this will also drive DRR mainstreaming through awareness and connecting links with DRR and development. Last but not least, such importance given by global frameworks to DRR will provide essential financing and resourcing required for DRR activities. Promoting DRR should not be ad hoc, improving coordination, skills, and competencies among regional or sub-regional level, and to share knowledge and experience at these levels are important. Harnessing regional and sub-regional cooperation mechanisms to promote DRR investments are believed to have several positive outcomes. There are several elements of regional and sub-regional mechanisms that can be used to promote investments in disaster-resilient infrastructure. Promoting whole of a government, whole of a society approach would be more successful to promote investment in DRR. The one important lesson we learn from disasters is the importance of amending and reviewing sectoral plans and strategies to integrate DRR to provide finance and resources required for implementation. Risk reduction can never be done by a single agency or a ministry. It's everyone's business. Hence, it's very important to enhance cooperation between sectors and to strengthen countries' capacity for disaster management. Investment in DRR can never be sustainable if it is not accepted by the public also. Hence, it's essential to stimulate and foster people-centered public and private investment. Finally, before I conclude, I would like to call upon all the organizations, countries in this forum to take actions immediately to protect small countries like Maldives, to invest more on disaster-resilient infrastructures, to explore and implement for more nature-based solutions, to harness regional and sub-regional cooperation mechanisms to promote TRR investments. It's our planet, it's our earth, it's our people. As a family, we shall boost our works to minimize climate change effects to protect for our future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan. I would just like to remind the participants that you can post your questions already using the link that is provided on YouTube. So now we will have our last panelist, Ms. Nurun Nahar, who is Joint Chief Planning Commission, Ministry of Planning in Bangladesh, to deliver her remarks. Ms. Nahar, how can existing global frameworks support the building of disaster and climate resilient health infrastructure in Bangladesh? Thank you. You have 7 minutes.
Hello, distinguished chair of the session and my colleagues and all the participants of this very highly important dialogue. Welcome. This is Nurun Nahar from Bangladesh Planning Commission, and I would like to share some thoughts of today's question through a very brief PowerPoint. Just a moment. Just a moment, it's being loaded and hello, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, so I would like to say some examples from Bangladesh through my slides. As you know, Bangladesh is one of the 7th topmost countries that is at risk from the havocs of climate change and disasters, as per the reports from the German Watch, and it still shows that even over the last 10-20 years, our vulnerability is still there and we need to address it. And so here you can see the position of Bangladesh in the global map. And so these are the hazards we have to deal with every year in a recurrent basis, like drought, cyclones, storm surge, salinity, flood, waterlogging, riverbank erosion, and these are mentioned very clearly in our national planning documents, how to deal with them. And just to show that even being Bangladesh a small country, like my colleague from Maldives was saying about his country's issues, all these hazards are, playing a role in terms of disturbing our infrastructures, damaging and a loss of lives and livelihoods. So this is a regular phenomena, and while we are trying to beat the challenges, still there is many things we have to do. So what we want resilient infrastructures, our transport system, our education, our towns, even our villages. So like the Padma Bridge, it is now being built and is one of the, I think, most studied infrastructure where all the environment and disaster considerations have been met. But there are more infrastructures we need over the coming years, and Bangladesh's target is to be middle income country, and then later a developed country by 2041. So we need the infrastructures, and also the current the last 2 years of COVID pandemic has shown us how the health issues, the pandemic issues, and the infrastructures that deal with our preparedness for any disaster and how they are colliding and conflicting. So we also learned from our own cases. But in spite of that, we need to make sure all our infrastructures are strong and resilient to the hazards. We want good buildings, be it a shelter, being a hospital, and we want it properly located so such a thing, which is a reality, it happened 2 years ago. It doesn't happen, like the whole investment does not become washed away. So this is a concern of the government, that we find the way to have a resilient infrastructure, the proper knowledge of which the departments can apply to design the good investments and better infrastructure that give more services. For example, because our population is still living in the rural areas, still they're facing the havocs of climate change, especially the wetlands. Even in spite of these rural households, now government is developing resilient households at the rural level, several thousands, which seem to at least bear the burden of the cyclones and storm surges. And it is a very good initiative from our present government of Sheikh Hasina. This is just to show that in this map, key ministries, as Bangladesh does the planning national, the top down, and the ministries execute the plans according to the national plans. So the key ministries have these disaster risk reduction sensitive investments, and it is all over the Bangladesh, especially you can see in the coastal areas, and the red are the very highly sensitive. But study has showed that still we need to design them better. Although we are aware to make it more sensitive, we need to be more aware of the current knowledge of the hazards, impacts of the hazard due to the climate change. So that is a bit missing in the way we are doing the investment planning. The global framework, so the question is how it is helping us. Yes, it is helping us because we are committed to these global agreements, the SDGs, the Sendai framework, the Paris agreement, and they have been incorporated in our national plans. So we have a long-term plans. I've just highlighted the one Bangladesh Delta plan, which identifies the risks from our climate change for up to 2100 and divides the country into hotspots. So when we design our infrastructure, be it for the protection of the rivers or be it the cyclone shelters, we can think of the hotspot wise. It gives us some directions, and the basic tenets of this Sendai framework is also adopted in our national plans. And very recently, the disaster ministry is the focal point of reporting on the Sendai framework, have developed the national plan for disaster management, and there are very clear guidelines on what the ministry should do. And there is lastly standing orders on disaster. It is a whole of government approach depicting or indicating which ministries, departments will do what when a disaster strikes, and all the hazards like 12 natural and biological hazards have been recognized in this document. So together these things, if we follow the basic ideology and principles, we can come to the risk-informed development. So this is the way Planning Commission is trying to mainstream the risk information in our development planning for infrastructure, and especially for the health infrastructure. And I just mentioned about standing orders in disaster. It is nurturing the DRR, the whole of society approach. And I just want to mention that the example of cyclone Amphan, when the rescue operation or evacuation took place, that it was successful because we took both the COVID-19 pandemic issue and already our knowledge on rescue and operation due from a cyclone. But so this knowledge could lead us to some a successful way of evacuation, leading to very minimal number of the deaths. So we think this is a good example, but we need more knowledge, more preparation, so that the multiple hazards, linkage, and the cascading risk that they cause can be more understood, and all the departments involved are more aware, are more prepared. So more investment in that area is needed. So we hope we will have that resource in the 5-year plan, which is now our second year. We hope to allocate the proper resources to the concerned ministries for their investment in these areas of preparation, risk reduction, and evacuation, and so on. So now I'm at the end of my presentation. I want to briefly present 2 examples of what we are doing. So now we have to go about what to do from how to do. We will just we are doing the disaster impact assessments because Bangladesh does the national, through the commission, we do the yearly public investment, and the ministries are proposing their projects, which is appraised by the commission. We are trying to integrate the disaster issues as it is a recent from the knowledge of the climate change and disaster risk global forum, and to ensure that the disaster issue is assessed before finalizing the project document. So this is the DIA, and to support this we are having a system, a software. Like for example, yesterday there was the resilience and disaster portal for the whole of the region. So this is only for Bangladesh. So own knowledge, our own maps, and the department knowledge are there, the digital information to help them to produce a report, to help them have a better project and the cost analysis as well. So this is the DIA. So I've just mentioned here, it is a mainstreaming tool, ex-ante tool, and that hazard assessment method. It will be a mainstreaming tool to integrate knowledge and information on potential disasters in the process of risk-informed planning. And because we go through a document, this is our system. So we are addressing this system that all projects have to address risks, whether it is minimum or whether it is high. So we hope by this slowly we can have very better resilient investments for all sectors, including the health. And so this is our system, the DI. It will have very simple 6 steps. So Government of Bangladesh is thinking that to keep it simple is the motto, as simple, and not to do extra additional analysis. Yes, so I have one more slide. Yes, okay. So this is the DIA tool, and a very simple 6 steps. I just want to stress the word, it is a very simple tool. And this is the DRIP, the knowledge portal that will help us for the plan, the ministries that are going to propose the projects. And so it is just going to be one kind of mainstreaming tool. It has 11 hazards only. Limitation is it is up to our districts. And here it's the website. You can visit there and see the information there. And it will be updated regularly through our interministerial coordination committee. These are the basic maps we have used, courtesy of ADB support, our risk maps district wise for each of the hazards. And just lastly, this is my last thing. So what else can we do? For the private sector as well, they are also doing lots of infrastructure. We are promoting the concept of risk profiles and also trying to help the business people, the supply chain, resilient supply chain for training, and asset management strategy for the local government infrastructure, the rural, to teach the engineers.
We're really
Yes.
running out of time.
Yeah, so this is my last slide. Thank you.
So if you can just conclude now.
Yes. So, and the last point is the urban blue-green infrastructure, where when we need the planning in the town cities to have both in the urban areas, blue and green infrastructures, ensure that the blue-green ratio is maintained. So we are encouraging this for our town and urban planning. So with these, we hope that we can at least have the infrastructures made in a resilient way, not only for health, but also for our other critical services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request all the panelists to please switch on your video. We will have a short Q&A. We only have about 6 minutes for the Q&A, so please keep your answers quite short and concise. but we are getting a lot of questions, so I will just ask a few. Could you kindly get your videos on for all the panelists? Thank you. The first question is for Ms. Young. Ms. Young, you're there? What is a key principle of people-centric infrastructure, and how should we operationalize this? It's quite a loaded question, but you can be as concise as possible on this. Thank you. Ms. Young? I see that you're online, but maybe there's a connectivity issue. In which case, let me move on to Mr. Hassan. Are there any mechanisms that can support financing and resourcing required for DRR activities in Maldives?
Excuse me, Sanjay, I was muted.
Okay. So did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard the question, but it's as you said, it's quite a loaded question. It's really a huge. Frankly speaking, I think it's like I can maybe have a quite brief answer to the first question. What is the standard for a people-centric resilience? For me, when we're talking about people-centric, basically it means. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, it breaks.
Okay, all right. Basically says, because if we only use economic analysis, sometimes we kind of equal lives to monetary value. But the people-centric is really to prioritize people risk, to prioritize people benefit. So it's more like we really cannot put the people's life on the same dimension with money saving or say benefit. I think this is a key issue, especially in the current pandemic situation. I think people-centric really means that. And the second question is a little bit too broad right now. So may I take a couple more minutes to think about it? Thank you.
Well, please go ahead. Maybe what we can do with regards to the second part of this question is we can follow up afterwards, because we have now quite a time limitation. So,
okay.
But I really appreciate the point on the people risk and the people benefit versus financing. Thank you. Maybe we can move on to Mr. Hassan. I had already asked the question, but let me repeat it. Are there any mechanisms that can support financing and resourcing required for DRR activities in the Maldives?
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay, for that question. Yes, we do have. Currently, actually, the Ministry of Finance is the ministry under the cabinet who actually works in relation with the financing. Also, it's the same that has happened during the COVID-19. So there are still internally some coordination level things that we need to do among the agency level, which would actually clear the roles in how we could, request other country members and agencies to support in this system.
Okay, very well. I have a number of questions coming up, so let me just move on to the next question, which will be going for Ms. Warswick. How do you see the demands on infrastructure changing in the post-COVID and climate change reality?
I know for Palau, very high. Just considering or looking at the hospital or the health sector alone, we are being challenged on separating regular operation from COVID-19 operations. And so improvement or additional expansions of our infrastructure is a must. But we also require expertise for assessment as well. And Yeah. So yes, increasing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm being told that we have run out of time, so there are more questions. We will move to a conclusion. I will can you put yourselves on mute? Because there's a big echo. Yeah, so I'm going to request Mr. Sanjay Shrivastava, who is the chief of the Disaster Risk Reduction Section at ESCAP, to give us a summary of the discussion and key recommendations for this panel. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Mathur, and thank you, colleagues. It was a real pleasure. I think this is one of the most insightful session on resilient infrastructure, investing in resilient infrastructure. We have all perspective in one session, and that is, I think that presents the variety of the session. We heard from coalition of disaster resilient infrastructure to UN issue-based coalition to the examples from China. Then we came to some of the exciting experience, particularly from China on heat wave vis-a-vis infrastructure, the collaboration between CMA, Meteorological Organization, and infrastructure sector. Those are very innovative ideas. A small island country experience of Palau, Maldives, and Bangladesh, one of as a very comprehensive way to look at infrastructure resilient in the future. So thank you very much. It's a very, very insightful. We will be bringing out a report in the end and a very few points from this discussion for the next session of the recommendations. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Right.
Thank you once again to all the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Distinguished delegates, experts, participants, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. A very warm welcome to this thematic expert meeting on building back better after COVID, addressing the cascading risks and systemic gaps for resilient people and economies. The meeting has been mandated by Resolution 77/1. And if I may just refresh everyone's memories, the resolution was adopted at the Commission session in May, and it requests a promotion of discussions on the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, including by taking note of the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework and other relevant regional and sub-regional frameworks and initiatives. And the resolution further requests that the Secretariat organize a thematic meeting in conjunction with the 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction, and it requests that the outcome of this meeting be reported back to the 7th session. And so it's within this context that we have convened this thematic expert meeting. It's a meeting that's going to last an hour and 3/4, but it is a meeting that builds on very extensive discussions that have taken place over the past almost 2 days in the regional learning platform. So in this meeting, what we are going to do is distill the recommendations that have emerged from our discussions over the last 2 days, and we are then going to distill an outcome from these discussions that can be reported to the committee. And for that purpose, to help to guide us through the deliberations, we are going to elect a chair. And the chair will then report to the committee on behalf of all the delegates and experts that are present today. Overall, well, before we elect the chair, just very briefly, if I could just share maybe 1 or 2 points that also I think was clear from the discussions over the past 2 days. I think it was very clear that we are dealing with a very complex, unseen, and cascading risk landscape. The contours of the risk landscape are changing. They're expanding, they are becoming more complex, they're becoming more unpredictable. And we have the convergence of 3 major crises. One is the unrelenting march of disasters, the unrelenting change that the climate is undergoing, which is bringing about more frequent and more intense extreme events, which lead to disasters, and then hanging above us, or everywhere around us, is the pandemic, and how very drastically this pandemic has changed the lives of everybody. No one country, no one person has been left unaffected by the pandemic. A truly global event. So the world is much riskier, and there is, I think, a sense of urgency that there is a need for action. There is a need for paradigm shift. And in a riskier world, in a region that has to build resilience, in a riskier world, regional cooperation,
the need for action at the regional level, the need for action at the sub-regional level, the need for action at the national level has become all the more urgent. So within this spirit of an urgency, a need for action, a call for action, and the recognition that in a riskier world where the region is trying to build resilience, solidarity among countries, and cooperation and mutual support among countries becomes very important. And so within that spirit of collaboration, I am looking forward to very constructive discussions today, even more constructive discussions during the committee. And I wish you all a productive outcome with the hope that we could reach some consensus on the next steps to be taken, and we could reach consensus on what action needs to be taken and what decisions the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction at its 7th session needs to make. So with those introductory words, let me also just very briefly mention that what we are proposing, and this was thought through, I think, a number of times. We're going to present to you the Secretariat's summary of the recommendations. And then what we will request is that as experts, when you request to take the floor, you kindly focus on, the bigger the bigger picture comments rather than smaller text-based revisions. If you do have text-based revisions, then we'd like to suggest that you put these revisions in the chat. I think it'll be more efficient that way, and that your interventions be oriented to general comments on the whole document. Bigger picture comments, and then specific text revisions you are welcome to put in the chat. Also, if you would like to intervene, if you would like to speak, kindly put in the chat your request to take the floor. We have people monitoring the chat, so the people can easily bring this to the attention of the chair. If you don't want to use the chat, there is also a hand option that you can raise. Once you've raised it, please don't forget to leave your hand behind. Take down your hand, otherwise you'll be called on to speak again. So you have two options: either indicate your interest to speak in the chat, or you can raise your hands. All right, so without much further ado, let me now move on to the nomination of chair. So I'd like to call for proposals for the nomination of a chair. Is there any proposal? I recognize the representative from the Philippines. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished delegates. I have the pleasure to propose the nomination of Mr. Fumihiko Goto, Councilor and Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to ESCAP, to chair this thematic expert meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the distinguished representative from the Philippines. Are there any further nominations, or would anyone like to second that nomination? I recognize the distinguished representative from the Maldives. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Tiziana. I second the proposal by the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the distinguished representative from the Maldives. Are there any other nominations? I see none, and so I would like to declare Mr. Fumihiko Goto, the Councillor and Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to ESCAP, elected by acclamation to chair the meeting. Congratulations. Mr. Goto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tiziana. Am I audible?
We can hear you very well.
Yes, distinguished participant. I'm pleased to welcome you all to the thematic expert meeting on building disaster, climate, and health resilience. In the past 2 days, we have heard from key experts and countries in the regional learning platform on pathways to build resilience and emerge stronger from COVID-19 pandemic. The 4 sessions in order of meeting were 1. Policy coherence, 2. Multi-hazard integrated early warning systems, 3. Climate change adaptation and resilience, 4. Investing in disaster and climate resilient infrastructure for better preparedness. I now invite the secretariat to present the key recommendation from each session. Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Goto-san. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a brief recommendation that came from last 2 days, almost 2 days of the discussion. I think my colleague Tiziana has already explained the context of this meeting. It came through a resolution, and this resolution was in the backdrop of COVID disaster all taking place simultaneously in Asia Pacific regions. So if you scroll it down, I would like to focus on not only this resolution. ESCAP had another resolution in 75th bar 5, and that resolution was the pre-COVID resolution, and it was on Ulaanbaatar Declaration. And Ulaanbaatar Declaration was also related to enhance regional cooperation in implementation of the Sendai framework of disaster risk reduction in coordination with UNDRR, UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, and other UN bodies. So we had the mandate from the Commission almost regularly in every Commission session. There will be a resolution related to Sendai on different part of the Sendai aspect. This year resolution was more on the health aspect of the Sendai framework. So the next part which I would like to bring to your notice is this meeting happened in the backdrop of the regional learning platform, which is we have been organizing, is a platform that was created since last 5-6 years back, and we have been bringing out some of the most contemporary and challenging issues at the platform and share the experiences of the region, and it provides a lot of substantive input to the committee session, which will follow by the regional learning platform. So this time, this regional learning platform was on some of the most contemporary issue which you have discussed and seen the different experiences from the region. But what is the interesting part, which number 6 I would like to highlight, is at this time regional platform, we brought some of the key member countries from the different part of Asia Pacific region. That includes Bangladesh, China, Japan, Maldives, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Palau, Republic of Korea, Thailand, Turkmenistan, and relevant UN organizations, UNDP, UNDRR, UN OPS, UNITAR Satellite Center, WHO, and WMO, in addition to sub-regional organizations like ASEAN, AHA Center, the Northeast Sub-Regional Program for Environment, RHIMES Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System. You just heard the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Institute of Global Environment Studies, International Water Management Institute, IWMI, IFRC, and the Asian Institute of Technology. So we had the advantage of listening from the member countries, from the key UN organizations who are dealing of health aspect of the Sendai framework in their own ways, following their own mandate, and many of the regional intergovernmental organizations, foundations, coalition. So we had a very, very enriched discussion on all the key issue on taking this resolution forward. So if you scroll it down, some of the key recommendations which we would like to bring to your attention is this recommendation was something that what is within the purview of ESCAP mandate, because any resolution that is adopted in the commission session, it takes into account whether this work is within the mandate of ESCAP, whether ESCAP has a comparative advantage in this area, and that is when the member country gives us this mandate. So all this came through ESCAP comparative advantage and mandate. Now the first and foremost, which you could have, those who have attended the session, they have understood, I think they heard from many experts and countries to organize consultation with member countries and an expert meeting to shape a regional action plan that will support the implementation of Sendai framework, Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015-30, including its health aspect for better disaster and pandemic preparedness. This is with the backdrop of the current COVID experiences, the all the stress and all the challenges that health sector confronted all around. So this is the first recommendation to shape a regional action plan, and that regional action plan needs to be shaped with the closer consultation of the member countries and the key agencies who are dealing with this subject. The second is this action plan must be backed by a policy analysis and research, because we heard the kind of experiences different agencies and the countries have. So there should be a policy analysis and research with all these experiences, including what was presented during the regional learning platform, and with focus on building back better to manage cascading risk from natural and biological hazards. Most of the experts, they felt in the regional learning platform, this is a new subject. It requires little more research than what is the present state of the understanding. And this is where we can take Bangkok principle in the backdrop. We have to take note, because yesterday we heard it provides a very important framework for integrating disaster and health sectors together, as well as the sub-regional and regional frameworks you heard from WHO presentations, ASEAN presentations, many. So the third part is ESCAP is the Asia Pacific Disaster Resilience Network. It was established in the 6th Commission session, means 2019, and it has given us a network platform which provides the knowledge for policy, multi-hazard early warning system regional platform, and the innovations, technologies, and data. So how best this network can be capitalized. And you saw the Asia Pacific, what we call the risk and resilience, the portal which was launched. It's a part of this network. So how this portal can be capitalized upon. Then the D is this all regional action plan must be orchestrated or anchored within the framework of 2030 development agenda, that is sustainable development goals, Sendai framework, the Paris Agreement, and the 4 interrelated pillars which a chair has already explained in his beginning. And these are the pillars where ESCAP has certain comparative advantage. My next is the pillar one, that is policy coherence. This is, you heard the discussion on policy coherence, the experiences and this is where Bangkok Principle brings some of this element together. So integrating disaster and public health management policies, public health emergency management framework. You heard many countries' examples in this, and with multi-hazard approach, what was working very well in multi-hazard context in public health emergency, it was seen many challenges. So what could be regulatory and government's aspect of public health preparedness, and also how to capitalize on the experiences of member country, UN bodies, regional, sub-regional organizations. So the policy study, what we are proposing is will take into account all what is available in policy coherence, a very researched, well-crafted, evidence-based idea on this. Then comes to the next point, that is a scaling of regional cooperation of biological and the natural and biological hazards. We have in disaster risk reduction, if there are something which we always celebrate as a great success, is a multi-hazard early warning system. So just capitalize on multi-hazard early warning system to include biological hazards. Our Joint Secretary from Bangladesh, she highlighted in today's discussion about the Amphan example. You capitalized on your strength in multi-hazard early warning system, but you heard many experiences of applying multi-hazard, multi-sectoral, transboundary, and systemic risk approach through a strengthened early warning initiatives, data-driven platform for disease surveillance, risk-informed and impact-based forecasting. And that is how we can build the bridges between the natural and biological hazards, as well as the risk communication. And the third part is the many of the climate change adaptation and resilience strategy also contribute to the resilience of the health sector. So how that can be taken forward, we have taken understanding the importance of sub-regional level cooperation, the experience of NESPAC, that is Northeast Asia Sub-Regional Program for Environment Cooperation, ASEAN, and then the next is, can you slightly scroll it down, Sankan? This is, yes, thank you. That is Asia Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Information Platform, a brilliant presentation we had today. This is some of the state-of-the-art climate products which are available for the country to act upon. Our risk and resilience portal of disaster resilience network. These are some of the opportunity which brings innovation in bridging the gap between health and natural hazards and health hazard, the biological hazards together. So the next point is slightly scroll it down. The next point is on what you heard just now before this, is the investing in resilient infrastructure for public health emergency and disaster risk reduction. And there are opportunities available through United Nations issue-based coalition. You also saw the launch of a report. This is one of the finest report which brings out the all experiences of human system which are working on resilient infrastructure. And then, of course, a coalition of disaster resilient infrastructure. They have a very innovative health portfolio, public health emergency portfolio. So these are the opportunity available, the reasons. So now with all opportunities, can we develop or shape a regional action plan? This is what we would like to discuss and get our member countries and experts' opinion forward, including the opinion of our UN families. And then once we could able to get all opinion together, we will request chair of this meeting to present this at the Committee on DRR 7th session under Agenda 3, the scaling of sub-regional and regional cooperation. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. So this is from the Secretariat on some of the key elements that we captured from the regional learning platform meeting of last 1.5 days. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sanjay, for the comprehensive presentation. I now open the session for further deliberation. The recommendation are provided on screen for your convenience. Director Tiziana has already explained the rules, but I will repeat again about the comment and statement. If you wish to speak, please put your name and the organization or country in the chat box. I also request that if you have specific text revision, please put these in the chat box to ensure that we complete our work on time at 4 p.m. Kindly refrain from taking the floor for minor text revision. So now the secretariat, will you show the recommendation? So I recognize the representative of Thailand. Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Thank you. So first, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, on chairing this important meeting. Thailand very much welcomes and we fully support this meeting as part of the concrete implementation of ESCAP Resolution 77/1 to promote discussions on the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. The COVID-19 pandemic has made clear the linkages between biological hazards, including pandemics and disaster risk reduction. Our efforts to build back better from this pandemic will need to focus on enhancing health and disaster resilience, and also climate change is also exacerbating disasters. Therefore, in building back better, we need to also strengthen climate resilience. We thank the Secretariat for the draft outcome document, which provides us with a good basis for taking forward our efforts since the ESCAP's session and our discussions today. And it is our sincere hope that we can agree on concrete ways to move forward on this discussion to enhance cooperation on strengthening health and disaster resilience within the region. For Thailand, we do have proposals on the outcome document. How should we proceed, Mr. Chair? We seek your guidance. Shall we go by para or how should we proceed?
Okay, thank you, distinguished delegate from Thailand, for your intervention. So now I would like to ask Secretariat to show the recommendation on the screen, please. So Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can hear you.
Yes, could you show the recommendation on the screen?
Yes, we have put the recommendation, Mr. Chair, on the screen, and it starts from, I think you can start from the 7 because the earlier one is all context. The key recommendations are from 7. Slightly scroll it down, yeah. So the first part of the recommendation is organize consultations with member countries and an expert meeting to shape the regional plan of action that will support the implementation of Sendai framework of action, including its health aspect for better disaster and pandemic preparedness. This is with the lessons from the pandemic. And then the second one is conduct, both are interrelated, conduct further policy study and research to support regional cooperation with a focus on building back better to manage cascading risk of both natural and biological hazards, including by taking note of Bangkok principles and other relevant regional and sub-regional framework. This is what our colleagues, our distinguished delegates from Thailand was highlighting. So the idea is you develop, you shape a regional action plan based on a very well-researched policy analysis, and that will contribute to developing the regional action plan. So this is essentially the key part of this recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. For technical reasons, so the screen you are showing is not coming out to my screen in the computer. Sorry for the technical glitch. So now I would like to member state to, if you have any specific comment, so please put the text in the chat box, and then the secretariat will work on that. Mr. Sanjay, does it work?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it will work perfectly.
I recognize the representative of Thailand. The floor is yours. So distinguished delegate from Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry about that. My intervention will be on paragraph 7A. We took note of Sanjay's explanation on this subparagraph with much appreciation. Our comments would be on, and perhaps we'll need more clarification on this, on the fact that we are developing or shaping a regional plan of action that will support the implementation of Sendai, including its health aspects. We think that this might duplicate work, in other different regional mechanisms, such as the APMC-DRR, and perhaps on this matter, the Secretariat or the DRR office could further elaborate on this. But I think to be more true to what we've discussed in ESCAP session and on the resolution 77/1, I think we were very much focusing more on the, particularly on the health aspects of Sendai. So our proposal, pending the explanation on the other mechanisms such as the APMC-DRR, would be to look at, perhaps changing the language so that it would read something like, the regional plan of action will support the implementation of the health aspects of Sendai framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thailand, for your comment. And so I would like to ask Secretary to edit this 7A, taking from comment from Thailand.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I fully agree with Khun Katalia. The APMC-DRR, and that is the region, the second paragraph we have taken considering that in mind. APMC-DRR, we will be working with UNDRR.
Can you repeat again?
This is Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction. This conference is in 2022 in Australia. So our what we wanted to discuss is with UNDRR colleagues and with Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on DRR, which they also bring out a action plan, which is a Asia Pacific action plan on Sendai. Here, Mr. Chair, I would like to bring to your attention is more on the ESCAP area of comparative advantage. For example, Mr. Chair, ESCAP advantage lies in this work related to policy coherence, work related to integrated multi-hazard early warning system, the adaptation resilience, and then investing in infrastructure resilience. So our idea is to collaborate with UNDRR, and Mr. Chair, we have already a resolution 75/5, which exclusively asked ESCAP to work with UNDRR on regional, means at a regional level, for implementing the Sendai framework. So, Mr. Chair, if you take 75/5 and then 77/1 resolution together, this is the opportunity to deepen our collaboration with UNDRR. We are already working with UNDRR in the ISO-based coalition, and Bangkok Principle is one of the agenda for ISO-based coalition. So this will help us to deepen our collaboration. So this is essentially in partnership with all UN organizations, and particularly with UNDRR and WHO, WMO, Mr. Chair. So I hope I have shed some light on Khun Katalia's concern about the duplication with the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on DRR. Khun Katalia.
Sorry, sorry for this technical glitch. I recognize representative of China. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This is Hongliang Zhang from China, the Ministry of Emergency Management. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. We have a little concern for this item A of, that is the wording, organized consultation with member countries and an expert meeting, because from our side, we are not quite sure. Only with one meeting, we will shape a regional plan, so that we hope that we can change it to and expert meetings. Yeah, the first sentence of item A. Because we are not quite sure. We hope that this one meeting will be very effective and efficient, but we hope that we can keep some room for more consultations. And also, our second concern would be that to shape a regional plan of action. So I just want to raise some doubts on this action plan. Would be that it would be too fast for us to have a kind of specific plan. So because we find that it's quite favorable for us to have the previous version, that is to shape a regional cooperation framework or cooperation mechanism. We think that will be quite acceptable to the Chinese side, because we think that at this moment it will be a little bit rush for us to have a specific regional plan. That is our two concerns. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, representative of China, for your comment. And obviously, there were two comments. The first, I understand the expert meetings, not an expert meeting. And the second is there is a reservation on the wording of regional plan of action. And thank you very much. So now, is there any comment on this 7A? I noticed representative of Thailand. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for taking the floor again. In regards to our Chinese delegation's comment, we do see his point about the action plan, and perhaps we can look at some other language, to make this to make the outcome of the consultations more flexible, yet not too broad. When we saw the previous draft on the, kind of like the regional cooperation mechanism, we had some concerns because we thought that the language was too broad and perhaps it didn't provide, enough guidance for the secretariat in moving forward on this issue. So this is why, when we saw the action plan, we thought that this is a more kind of like more precise, more precise outcome, from the consultations. But then we can look at also other languages, such as, for the consultations or to organize consultations with member states and expert meetings. We can agree with that, expert meetings to develop an action plan. And then this is our new proposal, or appropriate policy tool / guidance. And we can put this in the chat box as well. I can ask my colleague to do so. And this language, we hope would accommodate the concerns by our Chinese delegation, that, it remains flexible in terms of the outcome of the consultations. It can be an action plan, or it can be other, policy tool or other forms of guidance. So this is our proposal for the first part. On the second part, which was the point that I've raised earlier, on our focus on the Sendai framework, we thank Sanjay very much for the explanation. For us, we still have some concerns in terms of the duplication of work. We have the regional mechanism, the APMC DRR, which I understand is the main body that that looks at the implementation of the Sendai framework in general. So I think what we are focusing more here since the ESCAP session, since we worked on the resolution, is to look at the specific health aspects of the Sendai framework. We think that this would add more value to our efforts, is to basically to focus more on the health aspects of the Sendai framework in our efforts. So we would still insist in our language on this paragraph, and I will ask my colleague to also put this language in the chat box. We also have some additional language to add to the end of this paragraph, and it's basically just to be in alignment with the resolution 77/1, and I can read it just very fast, and then we can put it in the chat box. So our proposed language for this paragraph would be organized consultations with member states and expert meetings with an S to shape an action plan, or to shape a regional plan of action, or appropriate policy tool / guidance for regional cooperation that will support the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework, and that would be in the full name, including by taking note of the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework and other relevant regional and sub-regional frameworks and initiatives. And this language is actually taken from paragraph 14A of ESCAP resolution 77/1. So that would be our proposal, and we'll put that in a chat box. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for the comment. So, yes, I'm waiting for the text from you on the chat box, and so I think that would be better if Secretariat put that text from Thailand in that 7A as an alternative, and then we'll have a look at that language. And yes, so is there any comment on the proposal by the distinguished delegate from Thailand? Good. I recognize the representative of China. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the comments from our colleague from Thailand, and we really we are thinking about that the appropriate policy tools or guidance has already included the original plan of action. So if it's possible, we hope that we can only keep the wording of appropriate policy tools or guidance. And at the same time, we think that there's no further need to shape a regional plan of action. That is our comments. Yeah, because we think that the appropriate policy tools and guidance has put all the ideas or this kind of plans inside of this wording. So we think that there's no need to, maybe we want to discuss this issue, that is, we think that is no need to mention, to shape a regional plan of action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China. So now I think the text from the delegate of the Thailand is appearing in the screen. So now we got the comment from the distinguished delegate of China. Is there any comments from other member states on this 7A, maybe kind of compromising wording? So I see none. So now I would like to ask the delegate of Thailand to how to respond to the comment by the distinguished delegate from China. So Thailand, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think our Chinese delegation has made a very good point, and we would support that. So we can drop the plan of action, but to keep the wording on appropriate policy to / guidance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So just I would try to confirm with the distinguished delegate of Thailand. Would you accept this the sentence highlighted in blue on the top? China, the name of China is mentioned. Would you agree with on that language? Yes, the distinguished delegate from Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, our focus, is very much on, working on or promoting more cooperation on the health aspects of the Sendai framework. At this point, we can go along with the Chinese proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, distinguished delegate of Thailand, for the spirits of cooperation. So is there any other comment from other member states on this compromising proposal between delegates of China and the delegate of Thailand? If I see none, so this sentence highlighted in blue will be replaced to the original 7A. So now I would like to ask member states if you have any comment rather than 7A. Yes, I recognize a distinguished delegate from Thailand. Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to be taking the floor again. Doing this online is quite challenging for us. And I believe also for other delegations, we have to, be very quick, and sometimes we can be less careful. We are fine with the idea proposed by the Chinese delegation. We think our ideas are very similar to focus on the health aspects of the Sendai framework, and this may be perhaps just editorial. Towards the end, by taking note of the Bangkok principles, including its health aspects for better disaster and pandemic preparedness, we're not sure how well this reads, because actually the Bangkok principles is on the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. So perhaps we just need some rewording on this part. I think the first part is fine, that we look at appropriate policy tools and guidance that will support the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015 to 2030. And by taking note of the Bangkok principles, and this, I think, perhaps, we should maybe keep to the full name of the Bangkok principles, perhaps the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. Just to be clear, and then we can perhaps, yes, so that would be the implementation by taking note of the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. And I don't think we would need including its health aspects here. Or we can just end here, or as we have suggested earlier, we are flexible. We can go with the original language from 77/1, which also talks about other relevant regional and sub-regional frameworks and initiatives. But we think we might not need the last phrase, including its health aspects. I don't think we need that. And can I just clarify on the first line, it's organized consultations with member states, expert meetings. Do we need to have a verb to shape appropriate policy tools guidance? I think we still need a verb there that would support the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework by taking note of the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your comment. Just for the quick note, in this outcome document, in the first page background, it says, I will maybe 11th line, taking note of the Bangkok principle for the implementation of the health aspect of the Sendai framework. And then it said hereinafter referred as the Bangkok principles. So to avoid the redundancy, for example, I would like to suggest in this sentence that will support the implementation of the health aspect of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015-2030 by taking note of the Bangkok principles, full stop, because Bangkok's principles, as mentioned in the background, it means Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspect of the Sendai framework. So to make the sentence concise, as a chair, I would like to propose the Bangkok principles, full stop. Is there any comment on my proposal? Maybe distinguished delegate from Thailand. Yes, Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have perhaps a previous draft in hand. Can I just look at the current draft in the background in paragraph 2? Is that still in brackets? Hereinafter referred to as the Bangkok principles.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
I think now the secretariat is trying to scroll up to show the relevant clause background second. So here you are. Yes. So yes.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I don't see it on my screen. Just would like to make sure that if it's already mentioned in paragraph 2 that hereinafter we would be using the Bangkok principles, then we are fine with that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. It seems there is a time lag between the action and the reflection on the screen, but yes, definitely. So yes, the Bangkok principles for the implementation of the health aspect of the center framework referred as the Bangkok principle. Yes, so I think so delegate of Thailand, can you see this background, the related sentence about the Bangkok principle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I still cannot see it on my screen, but okay. my colleagues said that it's okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, okay. So thank you, Secretariat. So I think this issue of for the redundancy. So yes, now since the delegate of Thailand amend this sentence highlighted in blue. So is there any comment on this? Maybe distinguished delegate from China. Is there any comment on this amendment by the distinguished delegate of Thailand? Yes, distinguished delegate of China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We are fine with the last version, which is highlighted with your assistance, especially to make this paragraph very simple and clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of China, for your spirits of cooperation. So I will not read this recommendation paragraph by paragraph. I can wait for 1 more minute for if there is any comment and on the text in the recommendation. Okay, I recognize the distinguished delegate of Thailand. So Thailand, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify in the first part of the paragraph 7A. Our understanding is that the Chinese delegation is also agreeable to the original language, which is to organize consultations with member states and expert meetings to shape, and then we delete a regional plan. That's our understanding. Is it correct? Because now the language is different, is to organize consultations with member states to hold expert meetings. So we just would like clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Thailand. So now I would like to ask the delegate of China for the comment and by the delegate of Thailand. Would you agree on this text? Yes, distinguished delegate of China.
Thank you so much. And also my gratitude goes to our counterpart from Thailand. We think that it is really acceptable for us to follow the Thailand's suggestion to move the wording back to organize consultations with member states and expert meetings to shape appropriate policy tools and guidance. Yeah. Thank you. We agree with the comments from our counterparts from Thailand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, distinguished delegate from China. So now I see this thing. Okay, so I would like to ask the secretariat to amend this sentence based on the agreed language between the two distinguished delegates. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. So now we have a compromising text highlighted in blue. So I see the distinguished delegate of China raising the hand. Distinguished delegate of China, do you have a comment right now? Okay.
Thank you. We just want to express our appreciation for share your efforts and our kind counterparts from Thailand. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, so distinguished delegate of Thailand, so the sentence highlighted in blue, is that the language you could accept or you are okay with? Yes, I recognize the distinguished delegate from Thailand. Yes, floor is yours. So Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The language as it's been amended is fine with us, and we also thank our Chinese delegation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. As a chair, I would appreciate the spirits of cooperation on this text, and thank you so much. So if I see no comment on other paragraph, I can wait for 30 seconds. Yes. Yes, I recognize the distinguished delegate of China. Sorry, from my small smartphone, it's hard to recognize. Sorry for my poor sharing. So, distinguished delegate of China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your chairmanship over this constructive meeting. And I also like to thank the Secretariat for its organization of this event, which is in line with the ESCAP Resolution 77/1. We appreciate the spirit of consensus and compromise shown in this discussion. But however, we noticed that there has not been enough time for member states to look at this draft. So we would appreciate it very much if the Secretariat could circulate relevant documents of future meetings so that to ensure there will be enough time for extensive consultation among member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from China. I took note of the comment, precious comment, and yes, I agree that such an outcome document should be carefully studied with relevant ministries and parties. So I fully agree with your perspective, and I think Secretariat will consider your precious proposal in the future meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, so Director Tiziana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Goto-san and Mr. Chair, sorry. I very much appreciate the spirit of collaboration and compromise with which we are having our discussions today and with which we had our discussions over the past 2 days. I can certainly sympathize with the view expressed that there was not really much time to review the document. Just to, and of course, you know, we endeavor always to, you know, circulate documents as far ahead of schedule as possible. So the official documents for the committee, the official documents are the documents that were circulated 8 weeks ahead of schedule. They are the documents that have symbol numbers, and they were circulated by the rules of the Commission. In this case, the resolution asked us to convene a meeting in conjunction with the committee. So I hope, you know, that member states could appreciate that it's actually impossible for us to circulate the document of an outcome of a meeting that is being held in conjunction with the committee way ahead of schedule. because we do have to reflect, the gist of the discussions. That's one point. So a little bit our hands were tied, that we could, what we could circulate well in advance was the official documentation for the committee. The other thing is that the outcome of this expert meeting will be transmitted to the committee, but it will be transmitted as an information note. It's not being transmitted as an official document. So it's for the information of the committee. And that is why the fact that it was, we were requested to organize it in conjunction with the committee, that limited our leeway to circulate well in advance. But secondly, if member states have some concerns that a document is going to the committee without sufficient deliberation, what will go to the committee is an information note. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Tiziana. So I really appreciate the hard work of the Secretariat and your team. I know how squeezed the time was for this thematic expert meeting, and I also appreciate your explanation on the status of this document and relation to the upcoming committee session. So I wish also the good luck for the committee session, which will start from tomorrow. Having said so, if there are no other interventions, I would like to close the open discussion session and hand it back to the Secretariat for announcement. I would like to, as a chair, try to appreciate your participation today and spirit of cooperation in the meeting. And Secretariat, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I assume that we have now reached, I think, a good compromise. I think we have now a good language that is acceptable to all. So I would like to once again thank everyone for the participation in this meeting and for the productive outcomes, the productive session. And in particular, Goto-san, very special thanks to you for having accepted to be elected chair, even though our building in the UN premises remains closed, and we are all working from home. It's really not easy to be conducting these types of exchanges and negotiations when we don't have that luxury of whispering in each other's ears and walking across the corridor and discussing, and it's really quite hard when we are physically separated. Nevertheless, I think we have made our best efforts, I think, to support each other. So I'd like to really thank everyone sincerely. So as I mentioned, the chair is tasked with informing the committee about the deliberations, the outcomes, what was agreed in this expert consultative meeting. Thematic expert meeting, not consultative, thematic expert meeting. And the chair will be reporting the outcome under agenda item 3 of the committee, agenda item 3 is on sub-regional and scaling up sub-regional and regional cooperation. So, so we look forward to hearing your report, Mr. Chair, tomorrow, I think, in the afternoon session. So that's it from my side. I think we have reached the end of a busy day today. So I'd like to wish everyone a very good afternoon, good evening, or good morning if you are joining us from a part of the world where it's still early in the day. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I will start the question. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Have a nice evening.